Hey, Sabic. 1 a.m. gang tuning in. You know you don't have to stay up. Hey, Dr. Coconut. So I see that recent poll is like neck and neck, which is crazy. Hey, Corn. I'm drawing. That's my only sensible time frame during the day. Hey, Mandy. I'm touching up something. The AI gens just can't get what I want, so I'm like teasing the image a bit, and I have a surprise for next month. If things work out. It's not going to be good, but it will be something. Good, we can use extra manpower for mods. Well, I'm working for myself. This has been long for a demo. Yeah, it's a good thing too. Yeah, let me put the finishing touches. Oh boy. Oh, I wish I could show, but I don't want to ruin the surprise either. I'm not very good with doing lines with a mouse. We'll just have to do... AI will probably do the heavy lifting afterwards. We'll just save that. Oh. Save it for now. And I'll just get ready. Come back to that later. Stop the music. Get the game ready. There we are. He started a new day. A month later. Holy shit. We're having Dancing Towards Tomorrow time skips here. Alright. The weeks have moved quickly since I got this little job for St. Sadler's. There seems to be no end to the food drives, fundraisers, and charity events for Minnie and Father Xander to send me on. I was also surprised to see just how many other people were taking part in all this charitable work across the city. I was often put into a convoy of other vans, trucks, or buses to deliver food and clothing to one outreach center or another. Although more often than not, it was just another church. Fortunately, I have been able to make some of these trips alone, which has provided me with opportunities to use some more scenic routes on my way back. I have these chances to familiarize myself with the city's various highways, byways, side streets, and shortcuts. I think I'm now fairly comfortable in navigating the majority of Volcaldera bluffs, and I'm confident I can make a discreet escape if the need arises. I certainly now know what streets to avoid if I want to get around a blockade. I have so far kept out of Little Trudon and Skin Row in general, though. Partially because it was not really vehicle friendly. But I'm already taking enough of a risk of being discovered driving around as is. I really don't want to push my luck that far. Yeah, except this is better. Yeah, true. Meanwhile, closer to home, so to speak, the daily life with Claudia and Malcolm has been having a strange effect on me. Particularly as a reprieve from running these errands. Are you finished with those errands? Something about them being within my line of sight calms a type of anxiety I don't think I've ever had before. As a result, I've noticed that as the days have gone by, I've been seeking out opportunities to be around them more and more. Fortunately, it seems they welcome my attempts to spend more time with them. The routine that was developing before has now, more or less, become cemented as the new norm. It begins with us sharing breakfast and then going about our daily tasks. Claudia goes to work, Malcolm to school, and I do house chores or run more errands for St. Sadler's. Then in the afternoon, if Claudia is working late, I go to Tiffany's to spend time with the two kids. Usually only for a few hours while waiting for Claudia to return. Malcolm and Tiffany have been eager to show me more of their favorite games during these hours. But afterwards, Malcolm and I walk home, and often talk about all sorts of things. Although it'd be more accurate to say he talks at me and I just listen. His chatter makes the walk much more enjoyable than it would be otherwise. Usually, Claudia is home by early afternoon and handles cooking dinner. But on those evenings where Claudia works late, food preparation falls to me. Although on the occasion when Claudia is looking particularly exhausted from work, I volunteer to cook dinner for her. My cooking has not always been successful, but the effort has always been appreciated. I've really started to feel like I have integrated into the little unit. I've even gone so far as to pull a few dollars from the duffel bag to chip in for extra groceries. The thought of taking the money and leaving them one day remains, but those thoughts are now always tinged with a sinking feeling. When I think of doing so, a small part of my mind rebels against the idea. And when I try to analyze why, or where it stems from, all I can think is that I wouldn't ever see Claudia again. Some part of me wants to stay here with her. Likes staying with her. The idea that I'm becoming infatuated with Claudia has occurred to me. Those are completely untested waters for me, to say the least, and it has me feeling more nervous than I have ever been. Probably. Other than the lurking threat of a discovery, there's only been one thing that has marred this time with them. Calls from Claudia's harasser. It seems every 2 weeks, right around the time Claudia is due home from work, she receives another message. She takes whatever precautions she can to ensure that she is the one who answers the phone every time. Or that Malcolm and I are out of the house when she won't be able to. More than anything, she doesn't want Malcolm to know anything about these calls, or see the effect that they may have on her. But the toll it takes on her is extremely evident. Whenever the phone rings, she freezes up, and Malcolm takes note of her reaction with a worried one of his own. He hasn't said anything, yet. But he has begun to, or has already, realized that the phone is causing his mother distress. She is being worn down piece by piece, and every time it takes he a little longer to put her happy mask back on. Takes her a little longer, okay. Worse still, she still seems to be in denial about the whole thing. Today, Claudia, Minnie, and I piled together into the church van very early in the morning and went to do yet another event. A charity auctioning off winter flowers. I'm admittedly more nervous about attending this one than the other ones, however. This particular event is a bit closer to the areas I'm trying to avoid than I'd like. What are the chances mobsters that work for Alphonse will be attending church charity? Next to zero. Probably. Giant van. Here we are, pile out everyone. Nice place. Wow. This church is beautiful. Oh yes. This is one of the oldest of the historical churches in all of Dynafornia. It's also the most popular place to get married in the city. But St. Saddler's is a close second. Fascinating. Isn't it? Now, do you two remember what you'll be doing? I'll be helping move the flowers. I'm helping set everything up and then take everything down. And I'll be helping to run the auction. Any questions? Don't think so. Just point me to where I need to be. Okay then. Claudia, you come with me and make sure all the flowers have arrived safe and sound. Wynne, you can start pulling out the folded tables from the back of the van. You should probably find one of this church's organizers to learn exactly where to set them up, though. All good? Yep. Yes. Then let's go. See you later, Wynne. See you in a few hours. Well, let's get to it. Toyota jump scare. Truck Coon's cousin, Van Coon. We just need the Alia roadkill on the grill. Moving to the rear of the van, I pop open its doors to start extracting our cargo. St. Sadler's contribution to this whole thing was 8 folding tables and a dozen folding chairs. The items up for auction, the winter flowers, were being brought by other participants. Other churches, outreach organizations, and even some schools had donated a variety of floral arrangements. Apparently there's a market for flowers in these early cold months that I wasn't aware of. Unloading the van was easy enough. It was finding someone to tell me where to put them that proved difficult. Excuse me. Yeah? Are you an event organizer? No. Excuse me. Yes, can I help you? Are you an event organizer? Partially, I'm mostly here to deliver some of the flowers that... Hey! Hey! Drinking to that. Oh, based. The score rating went up 1 point. 1 point for Rosa alone. Hey! Excuse me. Say, do you need something? Are you an event organizer? Yes. Where do you want me to set up these tables? Oh, you are helping to set up, yes? Yes. That's why... The young Saurian woman grabbed me by the arm suddenly and nearly yanked me off my feet. This way, come! It was all I could do to stay on my feet as she pulled me along behind her across the grounds. She then stopped abruptly at the small grassy section of the churchyard and pointed at it. She hastily instructed me where to put all the tables and chairs. She also said to be quick about it so they could start setting up the flowers. Before I could respond with so much as a thank you, or even some form of confirmation, she was already rushing away. Goodbye, Rosa. Off to oversee the catering by the looks of it. With a shrug, I get to work. This way, come, but poor car. Oh no. Uh-oh. Like with unloading, the process goes quickly. Almost as soon as I set up a table, it gets covered by various arrangements of floral bouquets. Once the tables and chairs are set up, then collapsible canopies are erected. Wait, is that Stella? Is that Stella waiting in the back? Oh, no, is that Ripley? Is that supposed to be Ripley? Cars begin to arrive, and soon the churchyard is filled with swaths of colorful saurians. Before long, the charity auction is in full swing. Watch, we're gonna bump into that one chick from the Mafia, aren't we? The feisty saurian girl from before would occasionally appear and have me perform some fetch and carry tasks. After about an hour of the potential buyers milling about, eating and socializing, the actual auction begins. This does not afford those of us working as staff for the auction to get a moment to breathe or get a bite to eat. Oh, this does. Not doesn't. Instead of getting some food, I instead find a quiet spot away from the crowds and watch the proceedings. It's surprising how many people came out for a flower auction of all things. And I recognize some of these faces from the other events. I guess there's a subset of the population that comes to donate or volunteer to every one of these things. Hey there. Sorry, Wynn. I just saw you were standing there looking so intensely I couldn't resist. How are things going on your end? Busy. Mostly moving boxes. Yeah, me too. It's just been back and forth all morning. It's gotten so bad that I think I'm overheating in this sweatshirt. Give me a second. There. That's refreshing. So, the flowers seem to be selling rather well, don't you think? They are indeed. Although I thought, Although I thought flowers were more of a springtime thing. Usually, but I wouldn't say it's all that confusing. After all, it'll be Valentine's Day soon. Plenty of these arrangements will make for perfect gifts for someone's special day. Right, Valentine's Day. I never really paid much attention to it. Maybe I should have, considering how much money is being tossed around. Anyway, Win, I just wanted to use this moment to say thank you for helping out with all this. I know it's been a lot of work. The start of the year always is. But once we get through these first couple of months, you'll probably get some more free time. I know you've probably been itching to get a real job or get back to your exciting life of testing driving new cars. I just wanted you to know that the work you're doing here is really helping a lot of people. That's a pretty exciting feeling too, isn't it? That big, warm, fuzzy feeling you made someone's life a little bit brighter. You felt it, haven't you? Good question. I've certainly seen plenty of homeless and hungry over the last month. In a few instances, I've even been one to hand out the goodwill items and food. I remember the grateful looks they wore and the words of thanks most of them gave me. I also remember others wore expressions of resignation and defeat. Minnie, Father Xander, or some other event organizer had always said I did good and congratulated me. But I didn't feel any sort of satisfaction. I mostly just focused on keeping my head down and tried not to be noticed. If I'm being honest, I could have done without being thanked by anyone. It drew too much attention for my liking. I think Minnie just assumed I was being humble when I tried to avoid any sort of fanfare or applause. This is just a job, and I don't think I'd be doing it if I didn't need to make use of the van. But Claudia would probably be reassured by me saying that I have been affected positively by all this in some way. Some affirmation that I care about something that is important to her would no doubt put her mind at ease. That at least I do care about. I have not. Oh boy. Sure. You okay? You seem to be pretty lost in thought there. Just considering the question. And what? I think I have. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Spreading joy and happiness like this, it really makes all the hard work worth it in the end, doesn't it? And of course, the amount of people St. Sadler alone has fed and clothed is quite the achievement. Oh, definitely. The chance to give people peace of mind and solid ground to stand on is vital. You can attest to that. And to organize so many various groups towards the same goal is an impressive feat. It really does make the heart sore to see so many people move to help the less fortunate. Which is what it's all about after all. Yes, I agree. It must be good to know so many people are willing to use their money to support each other. It's quite the operation to run as smoothly as it does. That's good. Win. Yes. You do feel good from helping the people, right? Not just the process of the whole thing. Yes. Okay, I was just... sorry. It's just a little hard to know what you mean sometimes with the way you talk. Sorry. No, it's fine. Claudia placed a hand on my shoulder and gave it a reassuring pat. I just wanted to make sure you know that all the work you're doing has been appreciated. I really appreciate it. Anyway, back to work for me. I just have to get the sweatshirt back on. Now I'm back to being too cold. Okay, see you later, Win. See you later, Claudia. Have you prayed today? Where's Broly Nun from Don't Bite Me? Oh god. Claudia waiting there for 5 minutes because Wynn's inner monologue, his Thinko is showing. After the talk with Claudia, we both return to our assigned tasks. We meet briefly a couple of times during the remainder of the auction, but don't have a lot of time to really talk again. After several more hours of lifting boxes here or carrying large potted plants there, the event finally came to a close. And then came the cleanup. Hey! Oh no! Is she dating Nazer? Oh, oh no! And is that Stella behind her? The breaking down of tables, packing away of boxes, and collection of trash all seemed to just drag on. It was just about late afternoon by the end of the whole affair, and I was feeling spent. Ready to go, Wynn? If there's nothing else to do. Nothing left for us to worry about. So how'd it go? Every last flower got sold. An absolutely smashing success. That's good. I'll go get the van. Everyone! Wait. Event organized. Wait, so she's... Wait, is she leading the whole thing? I guess so. I would like to thank all of you today for... thank you all for your help today. And with all the cleanup, too. Hope to see you all again next month for the Children's Hospital Fundraiser Festival. It is the biggest event of the season, so if you can find any volunteers, they will be more than welcome. We can always use more help. But as for today, we are all done. So have a safe drive home, and again, thank you all. On Vaya con Dios. After that final farewell, the rest of the day flowed quickly. I barely registered the drive back to St. Sadler's. Before I really knew it, Claudia and I were in her car picking Malcolm up from Tiffany's house. Then we were around the dinner table enjoying some reheated leftovers. What felt like a moment we had moved onto the couch to watch some movie about puppet pirates. What is that one referencing? I don't know. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. And then, finally, I was collapsing onto my bed, utterly spent. Another month later. Let me get ready for this one. Adjust my earbuds. Alright. It is the middle of March and the weather has become slightly less cold. However, also now comes with rain and my personal favorite, early morning mist. Morning fog sticking around for most of the day has become the norm these past few days. As a result, the general mood among the elderly that I shuttle around every Sunday is a miserable one. They often complain about how dreary and cold everything is, or how it makes their joints hurt. But I find these gray mornings to my liking. I've always found the obscurement it provided to be beneficial during my previous occupation. And it's calming for me to look out the window into the endlessly deep swirling fog. Everyone just has their preference, I suppose. True to Claudia's word, the number of charity drives have alleviated a bit. So I have a string of days off from running errands for St. Sadler's. Good morning, Wynn. Good morning. This darn uniform. Good morning, Wynn. Looking forward to another day off? I suppose. Would you like me to do anything while you and Malcolm are away? Well, I just did a shopping trip. I can't think of anything. So I guess it's up to you if you want to go somewhere. If you do think of something you need to get, then please remember to lock up before you leave. And speaking of leaving, Malcolm, finish eating your cereal and come get your coat on. The bus will be here any minute. Okay. Malcolm proceeds to shovel the remainder of his breakfast into his mouth and chugs down the milk shortly after. I meanwhile have my sights set on making a cup of coffee. No, his head's morphing into the background. He's being eaten by the background. Done! Win, can you watch this for me? Of course. Thanks, Win. I take the bowl, and in short order, the bowl is cleaned. My coffee is poured, and the bus arrives. I cock my ear and listen closely to the goings-on in the other room. Okay, sweetheart, have a good day at school. You too, Mom. You're going to school, too. See you later, Win. I turn and give a quick farewell gesture to the boy in response. Claudia plants one last affectionate kiss upon the boy's forehead before watching him go out and board the bus. After he was safely away, Claudia spares Neri a moment to offer her own departing wave as she leaves out after him. Have a good day, Win. Don't do anything crazy. I will. Or won't. And won't. As the door closes, I listen to the car drive off and take a nice deep drink of my coffee. Alone at last. Now to get to work. It's time to snoop. Yep. Taking another sip out of my mug as I enter into my room and open up the closet. With the new time available to me due to my lighter workload, I have started in on my little investigation. Without knowing exactly how long Claudia has been receiving these phone calls, or how much longer she'll last, I've elected to take the more proactive solution. Neither my Parasaur hostess nor her priestly confidant are willing to just give me the answers, so I am left with this. Which is probably for the best in any case. Probably. And quite frankly, it's the only way I know how to help. I'm a thief by trade after all, and I'm not big on asking for permission to go through other people's things. But something I wasn't expecting was how angry I've started getting after each of these phone calls. Seeing her continue to suffer because of this was infuriating, more so because she won't do anything herself. It has to stop, for her sake. I've been making steady progress sorting through these things during recent weeks, but there's still a lot to go through, and my process of sorting through these boxes slows things down a bit. I make it a point to put everything back as I close it, as close to how I found it, from how the box was stacked all the way to how the box's contents were arranged. I'm fairly certain Claudia hasn't looked in any of these for some time, nor would she do so while I'm staying here. But I was sloppy once, and I don't want to make that mistake again. Claudia comes back because suddenly she forgot something. Yeah, that's usually how it happens. There were a dozen or so boxes crammed into the closet, with ones I've already gone closed to the top. After extracting those, I grab a new box, open it up, get comfortable, and get to sorting. I took my time to read through and analyze the contents of each one. I scrutinized every photograph, every paper, and made a note of every object. It usually takes an entire day to clear a couple of boxes, but without knowing what could be a clue, I have to be thorough. The contents of the boxes I've already sorted through were a mishmash of both Claudia and Malcolm's things. Mostly the items belonging to Malcolm seem to be the things from his early infancy. Those were almost no pictures, however. The only ones that I found was Malcolm as a newborn in Claudia's arms with December 2019 penned on the back. Hard to imagine the kid not existing more than 5 years ago. Not sure I want to imagine it either. I've gotten rather fond of the little guy. Claudia's things, meanwhile, seem to be mostly old clothes and the school work from her days at high school. Textbooks, worksheets, journals, notebooks, all things giving a window into another life she used to lead. Judging from her work alone, she was a very talented and hard-working student. What graded papers she kept certainly reflected this, as well as her note-keeping habits. Pages upon pages of efficiently summarized notes, all organized with exceptionally neat handwriting. I might actually be able to use these as a basis for a medical education of my own if I wanted to. The hours tick by as I delve into box after box. And then I hit pay dirt. One of the boxes from the bottom of the stack seemed to be from her first year of medical school. Apparently she was 19 at the time, going by a student ID I found tucked into the corner of the box. The ID marked her as an intern scholarship program member for St. Hammond's General Hospital. Wait, St. Hammond has a hospital? Oh boy. I dig through the contents of the box and with renewed fervor, sensing that I finally found what I've been searching for. Her stellar note-taking proved to be quite the boon, as she dated all of the various papers and assignments. Or had dated, as it turns out. At some point, the quality of her notes declined sharply, and she stopped attaching the date. At a quick glance, it seems that the quality of those notes degraded as time went on. I spent hours tracking the course of the degradation until I last found its source and could chart a timeline. Oh boy. 6 years ago, Claudia had been scouted by a St. Hammond's General Hospital internship program. She was put under the tutelage of one Dr. Donovan in a sort of apprenticeship situation. As the weeks went on, her notes became less cynical, less professional, and were more focused on her new mentor than her work. Soon after, they had emotional or even downright romantic inflections, complete with hearts and sappy poetry in the margins. About 2 months after meeting this Donovan is about where she stopped dating her work, and the degradation began. The lovey-dovey notes in the margins began to take over entire pages until they suddenly took on a far more worrisome tone. Notes about feeling sick and needing to get checked started to appear. Then the love poetry was replaced with questions asking, what am I going to do? What do I tell him? Oh no, Malcolm's cooking in the oven. The last page of Claudia's first year of medical school, as far as I can tell, had but a single line. I have to tell him, today, he'll know what to do. Oh no! Uh-oh. The rest of the pages appeared to have been ripped out. This is it. This is what I need. Not just the story, but the name. Dr. Donovan. A very nice, very unique name. Should be easy to track down. Now that I have this, I may be able to do something about those calls. Hopefully without revealing myself. Or endangering Claudia and Malcolm. Although a more direct method to dissuade him does tickle a certain part of my mind. But now that I have everything I need, I can clean this up and confer with Father Xander. Oh, this is predictable. I have to get more water soon. When? Minnie sent me hold him. Minnie sent me home early today. Oh, hell. Are you still here? I had a precious few seconds before Claudia rounded down the hallway and discovered me elbow deep in her personal belongings. Just get in front of the door, close it, and just be like, hey, you want to go for a walk? Think, I've got to act quickly. Alright. Slam the door shut. Cut her off at the hallway and distract her. Dive out the window! Cut her off at the hallway. If I can catch her in the hallway and keep her talking, I could probably just shut the door behind me and clean up later. I spring to my feet and make my move. And trip over one of the boxes and crash onto the floor. So let me guess, illusion of choice. Win, what was that? Uh-oh. Are you okay? I can see it in her eyes, and her mind is already coming to the realization of what I was doing. The expression on her face is tightened into something I can only describe as hurt. What? Are you... What is this? It's the meme! It's the Pepe on the floor meme. He spilt the spaghetti. Oh. It looks like she's still trying to process what she's seeing. There may be a chance to get out of this without alarming her. I just have to say the right thing. Say they fell out while trying to clean. Tell the truth. Oh, Lord. Now, why would he be cleaning in the closet? There's no way to hide what was happening here. Trying to lie at this point would be, well, pointless. Win? Claudia, I can explain. Win, please, no. I know about the harassing phone calls. Oh no. Something has to be done about them. I know he keeps threatening to take Malcolm away from you, but you can't keep living like this. And you weren't willing to take action or talk to anyone about it, so I had to figure things out on my own. The calls aren't going to stop, Claudia, and it's only a matter of time until Malcolm figures out what's happening. He already knows something is wrong. Something needs to be done. I'm just trying to help you and Malcolm. I hate seeing you in pain like this. How dare you? Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna be murdered. Oh no. You know what they say about parasaurs? It's just another statistic. I gotta get more water. I'll be back. Not my McDonald's. How dare you? How dare you think this is okay? What makes you think you have any right to violate my privacy like this? Whatever problems I have to solve are mine to solve, not yours. And I've been handling it. If I wanted your help, I would have asked for it. I'm not stupid. I know you weren't telling me everything about where you came from. But I still opened my home to you, trusted you. So where the hell do you get off digging through the worst part of my life? Like you have any goddamn right to do it. Oh no, taking the Lord's in vain. You're taking the Lord's name in vain. I'm telling Xander. A life that I tried desperately to move on from. Well, you can't move on from it, apparently. To just put behind me so I can raise my son in peace. Get out. Just get out. Well, time to take the money and go. I don't bother arguing against the command. I just nod and begin collecting what few things I have. It doesn't take long to throw the few shirts in my possession into the money bag and make my way to the front. Claudia waits by the door, barely holding back the tidal wave of emotion. I briefly consider telling her that I'm heading back to St. Sadler's, but I decide against it. At the moment, I don't think she particularly cares. The most I can do is attempt one apologetic look towards her. One small feeble attempt to communicate that I'm sorry. But she doesn't look at me as I walk out the door. And so begins the longest 15-minute walk of my life. I barrage myself with admonishments and questions the entire time. Funny how today, of all days, she decides to come home early. Was the search really worth it? Certainly felt like the right thing to do. Well, before she caught me. I think it's pretty clear that she doesn't want to see me again. Am I even going to still try and help her? I'd like to. I just can't leave her in that situation. Especially now that I made it worse by going behind her back. It's convincing her to even speak to me again that's the issue now. I wonder how Malcolm will react when I'm not home. What will Claudia say to him? Will she even tell him about any of this? Wait. Will she even tell him about any of this? Or will she just say that I ran away from home or found a new one? The feeling like my stomach was filled with lead only increases the more I think about it. What a mess. During the long walk back, the fog finally gives way to the midday sun. I'd take it as a good omen, if not for what just happened. Eventually, I round one last bend in the road and St. Sadler's comes into view. As whatever passes for my luck seems to have it, I spot Father Xander lingering next to the entrance. Saves me the trouble of having to find him, I suppose. Father Xander? Oh my, Win! I wasn't expecting to see you until Sunday. And I see you were carrying your things. Has something happened? Yes. Claudia found me searching through her old notebooks. I told her what I was doing and why. She did not take it well. Oh dear. Come inside. We can talk about it in the sanctuary. Now, tell me what happened. Taking a moment to unburden myself, I take a breath as I compose my thoughts. Once I'm ready, I begin. I explained to the elderly priest about the calls and how they were affecting Claudia. How Malcolm was beginning to take notice and how nothing was being done to stop them. How I was getting angrier at not being able to do anything. How I couldn't stand seeing Claudia being so willing to let it happen. I also confessed to this protectiveness towards Claudia is a new emotion for me. I tell him on how I made my decision to look through her things. And then about my discovery, the shouting, and my current exiled status. Father Xander listens patiently as I speak, nodding occasionally. When I concluded, he lets out a sigh and moves to sit next to me. As he does, I ask him all the important questions that had been haunting me during my walk here. Did I do the right thing? The aged ankylosaur takes a moment to consider the question. Then he gives me a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Time will tell. That's not particularly helpful. My expression must have communicated my thoughts to the priest as he continues on. Telling people the truth very rarely makes them happy. For example, he holds aloft the crucifix around his neck and presents it to me. To those living a life full of lies, the truth is often too painful to hear, let alone speak. It only gets harder when it involves telling those we love something they don't want to hear, or getting them to admit to something. So very often it's the case that being honest about other people's problems is easier than being honest about one's own. It's very difficult in the moment to know if causing them pain is the right thing to do. But it is always better to live in truth, no matter how painful or how inconvenient it may be. For what it's worth, I do think you did the right thing. Or the start of doing the right thing anyway. Confronting Claudia with the problem may not have worked out well, but it's a step in the right direction. Just give Claudia some time. She may eventually appreciate your attempt to help her and your willingness to come clean, or she may not. She isn't wrong to be upset. I seem to recall telling you snooping around may not be your best of ideas. You did, but you didn't tell me of any alternatives either. She refused to talk about it. What else was I supposed to do? I was hoping she would come to trust you enough to just open up to you about the issue. But perhaps there really was no other option. Sometimes the way the Lord helps those in need is to create conflict like this, to throw their failures into their faces. I wish I knew for certain it would all work out for the best, Wynne, truly. But for most of the time, the right thing in life is just making the best of what with the hands we're dealt with. Not a particularly reliable method. Sigh. Wynne, I appreciate how close you've gotten to Claudia. I'm quite happy about it, in fact. I think it's good for both of you. Heaven knows she's been telling Minnie about how much she likes having you around. Who, of course, then tells me about it. That being said, I think it's about time you came clean with her. Unlikely she'll want to speak with me again. For the time being, I'd probably say it's a sure bet. But give her some time to cool down. And maybe with some prodding from Minnie and myself, she may be willing to hear you out. And then what? What if she refuses? Then, well, I suppose it's up to you. If you want to keep trying to help her, then I'll aid you in any way I can. Even if she may not appreciate it. But you've made an attempt as I asked of you. So far as I'm concerned, you kept your side of the bargain. I won't blame you if you want to focus on your own issues. I'll still help you with that if you decide to stay. Which, now that I bring those up, and because you may need something else to think about, I think I'll go give my friends a call. See if there's anything that may be of concern to you, for you. In the meantime, feel free to stay here as long as you like. I hope you don't mind going back to sleeping on the couch. I promise it hasn't gotten any less comfortable since your last stay. A small involuntary tug at the corners of my mouth briefly bring a smirk into existence. It'll do. Not the worst thing I've slept on. With a slight chuckle of amusement, Father Xander gives me a slight nod and leaves me in the sanctuary. Left alone with my thoughts, I'm left debating with myself about what to do. Whether I still wanted to help Claudia sort out this issue with her life. Whether she means more to me than just a convenient place to hide. Considering the absolute wretched feeling I have in my stomach, I'd say so. My time with her was the first time I've ever started to feel like I had a home. And there are all these feelings I didn't have before that I don't know what to do with. It's getting to the point I haven't thought about the money as being important in what feels like weeks. It may just be a case of out of sight, out of mind, but despite having a gang out to find and kill me, I think I might care more about her problem than mine. I wonder if she'll feel the same way if I do tell her the truth about me. That her issues are small potatoes when compared to mine. Maybe we can have a good laugh about it later around the dinner table. If she ever wants to see me again. The back and forth of thoughts does little more than tire me out. I decide to lay down a bit and get some rest. Couch, sweet couch. Ah, there it is. The blanket's even still there. I remember this being more comfortable. Maybe it was because I was barely lucid when I was here before. A few days later. You need to leave. You can't stop me from gaslighting myself. I've tried to occupy myself with tasks around the church to distract from the regret and worry I feel. Regret about what has happened with Claudia and about what I will say to her when we meet each other again. Suffice to say, I wasn't sleeping well. I had grown accustomed to 3 home-cooked meals a day, and returning to my previous habits wasn't helping. Scrounging up meals from convenience stores and gas stations wasn't as filling as it used to be. Not just from lack of nutrition, but the lack of company too. I've come to realize just how lonely I had been before meeting Claudia. Now you have to remember, the thing about pulling weeds is... Now, don't grumble. Manual labor is good for your character and your soul. If you say so. I could just do without the commentary. But I'm providing spiritual guidance in the form of supervision. Father Xander! There you are. I wanted to talk to you about... Mr. Doe. Oh dear. She looks upset. I mean, why wouldn't she? She's Claudia's best friend. Miss Minnie. Oh wait, Miss Minnie. Now, Minnie, we've talked about this. Oh, I remember. But I'm entitled to be a little upset when a man makes my friend so upset she calls me late at night crying her heart out. And Lord help me, I'm not going to sit by and let you walk away like that damn doctor did. Not without giving you a piece of my mind first. You knew about Malcolm's father too? Yes! I was the one who found her at the mission all these years ago. She told Father Xander and I all about what happened to her. And shame on you for scurrying around her back and digging through her things. No. I do remember her being somewhat tight-lipped before when I asked about Claudia way back when. So I could have asked you about the phone calls. Phone calls? What phone calls? Uh-oh. 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 The harassment calls. From Malcolm's father. No, he's not. He's like, what? Excuse me? When? Shush! You talk! I guess she hadn't been privy to that info. I glanced towards Father Xander for some kind of guidance, but all I get in reply is an apologetic shrug. I guess it's up to me then. With the tall ceratopsid woman looming over me, I have had no objections from Father Xander. I tell Minnie all I know about it. How I learned about the calls. The threats made to Claudia and Malcolm. the talks with Father Xander about the situation, how he was forced to remain silent, and how I came to my decision at the last search through those boxes in the closet. After I wrap up my explanation, there is a pregnant pause as I wait for Minnie's response. Thank you for telling me all this, Wynne. I was not aware that Claudia had been dealing with all this. I can't believe she's been keeping something like this from me, and refusing help from people who she knows loves her. It just makes me so... I can't believe she'd just be so stupid. Keeping something like this to herself is just so... Ah! The large lady stifles her outbursts and takes a deep, calming breath. It ends with a deep exhalation through her nostrils. Wynne, I owe you an apology. I was all set to bite your head off for what you did, but it looks like you didn't have much choice, did you? I'll need to have a talk with her about this during the week. Is that wise? She didn't listen to me. She didn't listen to me of Father Xander. I think they mean or. Oh, she'll listen to me. And if not me, then the Lord. Because I'm going to be praying up a storm for some interventions on her behalf. Which I suggest we all do. Couldn't hurt. Well, I'm glad that's resolved. Was that all you came here for, Minnie? Oh, no, actually. I've actually come to get the schedules made up for He Charity Festival at the end of the month. And to pick who was going. I was going to talk to you about maybe removing Wynne from van duty. But now I don't think that will be necessary. Well, I'm glad you've come to that conclusion. Although, depending on how things go between Wynne and Claudia, you may still have to. That's true. I'll just have to make 2 charts. Wynne, I think I should be able to convince her to talk to you this Sunday. I'll be praying that you two can patch things up. You'd be shocked to know how often and how fondly she talked about you before this little incident. Father Xander mentioned something about that. Well, not to color your expectations, but the way she talked about you seemed like she was starting to see you as something more than just a friend. Really? He's blushing. He's blushing in white. That's what it sounded like to me. That sounds nice. But I have to get those schedules drawn up. And then go have a nice long chat with a certain young lady. Thank you for being honest with not just me, Wynne, but also Claudia. Father Xander? Minnie? That went a bit better than I expected. How were you expecting it to go? Well, you've heard how protective ceratopsids can get about their friends and family, haven't you? I've heard some stereotypes. Mostly about them getting violent. Oh. Yes, well, let's just say some stereotypes have a basis in reality. Now, come on, you still have a garden to tend to. Now, the thing about pulling weeds is... Another few days later, Sunday finally arrives. While I've been keeping myself busy, the thought of today has both excited and terrified me. I haven't seen Claudia or Malcolm for a whole week now, and I was left to wonder what their reactions would be when we met. I considered avoiding them altogether. But if I wanted to make amends, I'd have to confront Claudia eventually. That being said, I did decide to wait until after service to attempt to talk to her. I figured it'd be better to stay out of sight until then by staying in the church lounge. The service went particularly long today, which didn't help me feel any less anxious about what was to come. Win, service is about to wrap up. Are you ready? I believe so. Nervous? A bit. Well, how about we say a prayer? Asking the Lord for a little help should calm those nerves. I'll pass. Oh boy. Like, every chance I like this. It gives you, like, every chance to just be like, no, I don't want to participate in church. It probably puts points against your character in the ending, I bet. A prayer. Well, I suppose I am in a church. If God is going to be listening anywhere, I guess it would be here. Okay. Okay. Now take my hand, close your eyes, and open your heart. I shrug and do as instructed. Not sure how I'm supposed to open my heart, but I'll try. Oh no, it's Kingdom Hearts. It's just like Malcolm's game. Oh, Heavenly Father, please bestow your spirit of peace onto Private Window, who is in need of your help. We pray to you, Raptor Jesus, to aid him in mending the bridge with our dear and beloved friend Claudia Grant, so that they may both move forward hand in hand into a place of peace, harmony, and love. Amen. You forgot in Jesus' name. Or, yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, it's Raptor Jesus. In Raptor Jesus' name, amen. You have to say amen, too. Oh. Amen. Feel better? Yeah. I knew it would. Now it sounds like service is over. Good luck, Win. Thanks. With a nod, I depart for the parking lot, hoping to have not missed my chance. Raptor Jesus is watching. The R-atheism route. Raptor Jesus is counting those character points. I arrive just ahead of the crowd and take a spot where I'll be able to spot Claudia and Malcolm as they leave. The urge to run hasn't diminished any as the crowd begins to exit out. Nazer! It'd be easy to slip away with the various crowds. Saurians are nice and bulky, and the ones with wings are great as cover. Stella! On my feet remain planted as the outgoing rush thins out. With Tiffany. And as the other Saurians move away, I finally catch sight of Claudia and my heart skips a beat. The Parasaur woman was in the process of handing her son over to Tiffany and her family to watch for the afternoon. When the handoff was complete, she stood still for a moment as she watched Malcolm ride away with Tiffany and her family. Oh boy, here we go. Once Malcolm was far enough away, she began scanning the departing crowd, until her eyes inevitably fell upon me. Panic ran through me as our eyes met. Judging by her reactions, it seems that she was feeling the same way. We end up just staring at each other for a while. It was my poking around that caused this whole problem. It's only right that I apologize first. My feet feel like they're made of lead as close the gap between me and Claudia. As I close the gap, of course. You know, I got to come down on all the mistakes in the dialogue, man. It wouldn't hurt to do some proofing. Once there, both of us seemed to have trouble meeting the other's eyes. After shuffling our feet for a few more seconds, I drum up enough courage to speak. Hello. Hello, Win. Claudia, I'm sorry for going through your things. And you are right. I haven't been honest with you about who I am. Where I'm from. And it wasn't fair for me to hide that from you. All while I tried to dig up your past behind your back. It was a terrible mistake. So I'd like to tell you about what I should have a long time ago. And show you the kind of trust you have shown me. Until I messed it all up. I extend a shaky hand to Claudia. If you'll let me. Her eyes glance between me and my hand as she considers it. Let me guess, all the choices you made back then would probably add up to this, wouldn't it? Did you mean what you said? About doing what you did for me and Malcolm's sake? Yes. With a smile I haven't seen in what feels like ages, she takes my hand. She double takes my hand. She takes both my hands. Okay, Win. Let's go talk. Claudia and I enter back into the sanctuary. We pass by Father Xander and Minnie on the way in. Uh-oh, they're gonna... Oh, now it's a three-way interrogation. Both of whom seem to suddenly find something more pressing to do elsewhere, which left Claudia and I alone. Taking some seats near the center, we just sit there in silence for what feels like a few minutes. If I was nervous before, the prospect of telling Claudia everything about myself made me feel exponentially worse. But I said I'd do this, and I meant it. With one final breath, I begin. Oh, nice CGs. What follows is a recitation of everything that brought me to her door and who I really am, or all that I knew about myself. My life as a thief, breaking into Alphonse's restaurant, the grotesque banquet, and my botched escape. How Father Xander found me and how he asked me to help her. How I was in hiding. I haven't told her how I didn't even know what my real name was. That private window never existed. I could only remember the last 10 years, during which time I was just hopping from one identity to another, making sure to never leave any kind of impression or footprint. Nothing that could prove I was ever there, that I ever lived. But the hardest part to tell her was how living with her and Malcolm had changed me. I don't know exactly when it started, but ever since living with you and Malcolm, I felt different. Like I belonged there. In that house, with Malcolm, with you. And it isn't just that I feel like I belong. I'm happy being around you, seeing you smile. Seeing you happy has become important to me. More important than anything I've ever thought about. I want to protect your smiles. I don't know how else to say it. I just don't want to see you hurt anymore. I finally reached the end of what I could think of to say. It felt like it took hours to get through everything, and by the end I felt like I was going to throw up. Looking at Claudia to gauge her reaction doesn't help matters. She appears to be taking a fair amount of time to process all of this. Meanwhile, I'm shaking like a leaf in the hurricane as I wait for her to respond. Eventually, though, she lets out a heavy sigh. And suddenly I feel her arm wrap around mine, and she leans into me. She doesn't speak with her hands. Wait, she doesn't speak, but her hand finds its way into mine, and our fingers intertwine together. It feels as if my heart is about to leap out of my chest as she nestles against me. Thank you, Win. It can't have been easy telling me all of that, let alone living through it. But here you are, still alive. I think I owe you an explanation, Win. Something I should have told you a while ago, too. If you don't mind listening, please. Claudia takes one deep bracing breath and begins. You probably already know most of it by now, or can guess. My parents were strict. They didn't allow me to interact with anything that didn't meet their approval. Playtime was wasted time. No unconstructive hobbies. Friends were only allowed if I could get something out of them. They were particularly averse to me interacting with any boys. The way they raised me didn't prepare me at all for a life without them telling me what to do. I'd always wanted to be a nurse or a doctor. Even when I was really little, I wanted to save lives, to help people. Maybe because my dream of being a doctor was the one thing of mine that my parents actually let me pursue. They only saw it as a prestigious career, but for me it was the one thing I could be genuinely passionate about. Between their strict study regimen and my passion, I didn't even mind being so isolated. As a result, my grades were good enough that I qualified for St. Hammond's General Hospital's apprenticeship program. So at the age of 19, I got my wish. I finally got to leave home and into the career I always wanted. Moving out from under their thumbs was the happiest day of my life. I thought I could truly start to live my life. I didn't even know how naive I really was. Which is when I met the man who was supposed to be my mentor, Malcolm's father. Then Dr. Donovan. From the moment he saw me, he must have known how easy it'd be. He was all charms at first. So mentor, that'd be the teacher, and I guess allegations must have came that he might have lost his job from that too, or something, I don't know. Then again, he seems to have a lot of money too, so maybe he didn't lose his job from it. I mean, having an affair with your student, and as far as we know, I don't know, he could be a married man. So of course he wouldn't want an illegitimate child and send him to foster care. Oh god, that'd be awful. So I wonder if it was all secrets. Like like the wife had to have found out for this to all come down like this or some shit. Something had to happen. He was all charms at first, full of "you're beautiful," this, and "I love you," that. I fell for him immediately. I believed every word he said. But then you found out he was married, right? I thought he loved me. It wasn't long before he convinced me to make our relationship a sexual one. The force she gripped my hand with is suddenly tightened painfully. It took a bit of effort to not flinch in response. Always promising to take care of me and professing his love for me. Soon enough, I was pregnant. After I was sure, I went to him expecting him to take responsibility like he said he would. I had a stupid idea that he would marry me. Okay, so he wasn't seeing someone else. Okay. Well, that makes things less complicated. He didn't, of course. Instead, he told me to abort the baby and that it would be the end of it. And that would be the end of it. And he was so dismissive of it, like he was telling me to fetch the mail or throw away old clothes. The idea was just so repugnant to me. How could he talk about killing our baby so casually? It went against everything I believed in. So for the first time since we met, I told him no. Tears began to flow freely and her voice grows strained as she remembers what came next. I begged and pleaded with him to reconsider, to accept that I loved him and the baby was a blessing. That's when the real Donovan came out. He just started ranting, shouting, spitting out words filled with such hatred. I couldn't believe it was the same man. He told me I wasn't the only girl. Oh, yeah, okay. But I guess he wasn't married. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a thing. He told me I wasn't the only girl he was with. Just one of a dozen or so other whores he'd known. But I was the only one stupid enough to not do what he said. He threatened to ruin me if I didn't comply, to tear down my whole life. He threatened to do everything just short of killing me. But somehow I held firm. I don't know how, but I kept denying him. And then he made good on his threat. Yeah, and then got terminated from college, right? Before I knew it, my reputation had been ruined and I was kicked out on the grounds of violated ethical practices. Well, what, he had to, did he have to tell management, oh, student, I fucked the student. So, the student has to be punished. Not me. I did everything correct. She took advantage of me. The older person. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that goes. I don't know how that goes without him taking the fall too, you know? Maybe I don't know anything. I didn't even get a chance to defend myself. Even if I did, it'd be my word against his. I tried going home, hoping my parents would understand, but he had written a poisoned letter to my parents, painting me as a Jezebel that poured myself out for grades. Me arriving at their door pregnant was all the evidence they needed to slam it shut in my face. To disown me. Claudia went silent for a time after this. I couldn't do anything but watch as tears rolled down her cheeks. But eventually she wiped them away and pulled herself close to me. She was holding on to me so tightly that my hand and arm began to hurt, but I bore with it. It's clear she was using me as a comforting presence while she relived her trauma. I just started walking then. I don't know how long it was before I arrived at the mission or church. I can't remember exactly what it was. I stayed there for a week. That time is all a blur. I remember that I did think about aborting Malcolm then. I was at such a low point that I thought that if I just got rid of him, I could go back to Donovan and everything would be fine again. But that's when Minnie found me. She saw the state I was in, talked to me. I told her what had happened, and then she brought me to St. Sadler's. And then I met Father Xander. Minnie gave me a job. Father Xander gave me a home. And I went through with the birth. Here in this sanctuary. Really? Yes, really. It was the week before Christmas. Just a week after my own birthday. I remember holding him for the first time. His little body and hands wrapping around my finger. It made all the suffering so small in comparison. It was worth it. All of it. For him. But Donovan found out where I lived, about Malcolm. I don't know how, but he did. Ever since, he's tortured me with those calls, reminding me how dirty I am. You know the rest, and after you left, I got another call from him. And while I was standing there, just letting him tear into me, I realized you were right. I've been so terrified of him. Terrified that he'll take my son away from me. Terrified that he's right about me. He's not. Thank you. With some heavy breaths to compose herself, she lets out a small laugh of relief. God, it feels good to finally let that all out. Thank you, Win. I'm happy to oblige. Oh my God, I just realized how hard I'm squeezing your hand. She apologetically alleviates the pressure, followed by a chorus of pops from the appendage. Are you okay? I didn't hurt you, did I? No, I'm fine. Probably. Upon hearing my confirmation that she didn't break anything, she eased back into a tight hug against my side. We remained sitting together, arms interlinked. We again sat quietly, enjoying each other's presence for a time. Although eventually I did feel the need to ask a question. How did Malcolm respond to all this? He must have had questions. I told him you were staying at church a while to help Father Xander. I don't think he believed me, but he didn't raise a fuss over it either. He must have picked up on how broken up I was after I told you to get out. Every day after that he'd ask, is Win coming back today? I realized almost immediately that I wasn't angry at you anymore, and wanted you back myself. But every day I'd tell him, not yet. Why? A small snort of a laugh escapes her snout. Well, Win, I may love you, but I figured you still deserve to be grounded for a bit for going through my things. I suppose I did deserve some kind of punishment. Wait. Did she say she loved me? I suddenly felt soft hands grab either side of my head and pulled me down towards Claudia. And before I knew what was happening, kiss. The kiss! Yep. A pair of scaly yet imaginably soft lips were pressed against mine. And a lot of thoughts came to an abrupt halt. They were instead replaced by a warm tingling sensation spread throughout my entire body. Tragically, her lips pulled away. But they certainly left an impression on me as I sat completely stupefied. Well, I think it's about time to get you back home. Don't you think? It took me a moment to remember how to speak. Even still, it wasn't the most complex statement. Yeah. And here I thought that holding hands and hugging was nice. Together, we strode out of the sanctuary and into the lounge, where we gathered my things. And after a week, I finally went home. Later that evening. Oh boy. Watch, the happy ending will have the darkness lift from his face. Yeah, just so we could see generic Anon. Just we see not James. My return in and of itself was actually a rather subdued affair. Malcolm not being there to greet me was probably accounted for that. Claudia had insisted that she'd be the one to pick him up, so that my return was a bit of a surprise. And so I sit in the living room, patiently waiting for her to return with the boy. It's almost as nerve-wracking as when I was waiting for her during service. And here we are. Wing! Hello. And we get the hugging sprite for Win 2. You're back! I missed you so much! I missed you too. 2 hugging sprites. Me and Tiffany were worried you moved somewhere else without telling us. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere yet. Good. I don't want you to move out. I feel the same. I was only gone a week and it was agonizing. I don't want to go either. So don't worry. I'm back now. Hopefully for a good while longer. I'll try to give you more of a warning next time I have to step away for a bit. Cool! Come on! I want to show you some cool tricks Tiffany taught me. And tell you all about some of the stuff I learned at school. Like, did you know trees breathe in the stuff we breathe out? Or that the more oxygen there is, the bigger bugs gets. Whatever. Oxygen. And I'd like to hear about it. The next 3 days were a bit of a pleasant blur. I spent the lion's share of my free time with Claudia and Malcolm. Usually by sitting with Malcolm while he engages me in rambling talks about what things he did that day. That or playing with toys, watching cartoons, or playing video games. He seems intent on involving me in everything he does now, as if he's trying to make up for lost time. It's getting to the point that Malcolm doesn't want to go places or do activities without me. Claudia, meanwhile, has begun spending her time getting closer to me, both literally and emotionally. She talks to me more about not only the various day-to-day things, but also about her more private thoughts. Small things at first, like her favorite foods or music. But soon she was talking openly about her feelings and confiding in me. She drops the mask when we're together, and she speaks more frankly about what's bothering her. But as a result, whenever she smiles at me, it's more genuine and brighter than it had been before. She stands closer to me more often, takes my arm when walking together. She even sometimes holds my hand in public. Record scratch. Today, however, I'm assisting in the charity festival on behalf of St. Saddlers. Oh, we get to run into Rosa, hopefully. Oh boy. You know what? I'm going to take a bathroom break. I'll be back. Alright, light noise jump scare. Probably didn't help to leave the BRB on during total silence, but whatever. Oh. Hour and a half in. I'm certain we're probably nearing the end at this point. Oh wait, this looks familiar. This looks like where ending 3 of Snoot game happened. It's taking place in one of the larger sections of the city park, which is unnervingly close to Little Trudon. I'd hoped that I wouldn't be going anywhere near there for these little church errands. Father Xander assures me that I'm going to be doing exclusively backstage work, so there's little chance of getting noticed. That's at the edge of the district, so hopefully I have nothing to worry about. It still feels like a lot to risk, especially for what amounts to a church errand. But one of those booths belonging to St. Hammond's General Hospital is giving out free flu shots. Oh boy. It's time to snoop. With one Dr. Donovan giving a presentation on them. The opportunity to finally get a look at the source of Claudia's suffering was too good to pass up. Especially for the chance to do something about it. Although he's set to speak around noon, so for the time being, all I can really do is stick to my job and help set up tents. And to stay out of the way while I think of what to actually do about this guy. And that's if I even should do something. If I mess with him, the most likely outcome is that I'm just going to piss him off. Which will probably not help Claudia at all. Even if he tried to hunt down who I am, it's likely he'll just find his way to her. And then he may try to make good on his threat to take away Malcolm. I think the best option would be to just hang back and observe. That's the safest option for Claudia and Malcolm. The last thing I want is for their life to get harder. That and drawing attention to myself so close to Little Trudon. Besides, outside of St. Saddler's, I'm just another anonymous, faceless human. I wonder what that's referencing. Getting into a scuffle with the director of a hospital would change that. It does feel like I should do something, though. Oh, I wonder who the orange event organizer is. Hey, you! Stop loafing around and come help me move these balloons! Right. Ask and you shall receive. Time moves on until the speech is about to take place. It's surprisingly easy work until then. Easier than the flower auction, to be sure, and it's a simple matter to stay out of sight of most people. Once the time of the speech arrives, I find a convenient moment to slip away from my duties and slip into a spot to watch. Oh boy, here we go. Now this should be good. I can see everything pretty well from here. More of a crowd than I was expecting for a presentation and some free flu shots. It's odd that... Wait. What are all these kids doing here? Let me guess. Malcolm's gonna be in the crowd, isn't he? I'm sorry about that. It's the middle of a school day, isn't it? Oh, he's gonna see Malcolm. Yeah, Malcolm's gonna be in the crowd. I like how there's a random Brachio kid here. Maybe it's what do they call them? A field trip or something? That makes much more sense, I suppose. Here, yeah. Yeah. You know what? Donovan's gonna see Malcolm and shit's gonna hit the fan, I bet. It's gonna be so sad. Malcolm. Oh, hell. This isn't good. He's in the front row of the group. It's too much to hope that Donovan doesn't know what Malcolm looks like. He's bound to spot Malcolm sitting there and pull some kind of stunt to use him to hurt Claudia. Yeah, all he needs is like medical information to know, hey, wait, this is Malcolm Grant. This must be my ex-girlfriend's fucking son. We'll just give him the heart clogging jab, and we'll let nature take its course. Watch, either big drama is gonna drop, or we're gonna see Malcolm getting like terribly sick. He certainly has nothing good in store for the boy if he gets close to him. I've got to do something to get him out of there. Damn it! Crowd's too thick. Going to have to think of something else. Alright everyone, thank you for waiting. Unfortunately, it seems what little time I had is already up. Now here's our special guest speaker, the director of St. Hammond's General Hospital. Damn. Guess I'll just have to blend in the crowd and wait things out. Maybe an opportunity will open up. Please give a warm welcome to Director Donovan. Oh God. Oh. He got the creepy eyes. He's definitely on the medical sugar, if you know what I mean. Oh boy, here we go. A small smattering of applause rises up as the man finally makes his debut. Hello, everyone. Oh, no, don't give him the voice. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all having fun at the fair. Before I begin, I just want to say thank you for coming to my little talk. Hearing the voice that has so long been spewing contemptuous venom through Claudia's answering machine speaks so benignly was strange to hear. Now, I know the fun and games around us are a bit more interesting than keeping your immune system up to snuff. Oh no, he's got the deadpan eyes. Observing the director, I can tell he's scanning the crowd. It doesn't take long before his eyes fall on Malcolm. But I think we can make some fun for ourselves. I saw the Parasaur's face flash with an expression of manic glee for a brief moment. It was only for a second before it returned to the placid smiling public mask he wore before. Dude's gonna perform a post-birth abortion, man. It's gonna suck. If I wasn't watching him so intently, I might have missed it. That confirms it. Donovan must have known Malcolm would be here. Gonna have to look into how that could be after Malcolm is safely away from him. As the presentation begins, the director is joined by a few other doctors on stage. The presentation is a 30-minute long explanation of what flu shots are, the basics of how they work, and why the kids need them. Donovan, for his part, seems to be a decent actor, if nothing else. He certainly comes across as friendly and charming. If I didn't know better, I might have believed he really was. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you for coming, and remember, always trust your doctor and always get your shots. Polite applause rolls across the crowd as the director and other doctors put down their microphones and step off the stage. Photographers appear from seemingly nowhere to conduct photo ops. In response, the parents push their particular child forward, jockeying to try to be first. And while I'm shunned out of the crowd, the mob does a good job of getting in Donovan's way, too. I'm just butchering everything today. Mia coded. Yeah, because he's like red. And he's got the spikes. Which gives me a chance to get to Malcolm. Wait. which gives me the chance to get to Malcolm I've been waiting for. The crowd is still pretty thick. I might have to elbow my way through. That might draw unwanted attention to me. Might even step on the wrong toe and get a parent shouting at me if not outright starting a fight. Probably better if I could sneak Malcolm out of here without anyone knowing. Weave. I should be careful. If I kick up a fuss, I could draw Donovan's or maybe someone else's attention to me. I just got to avoid bumping into this guy. Is this going to be a minigame? And not to knock into him. Good, now we just squeeze on through here. Don't step on anyone's tail. Avoid her. He should be right around here. Oh, hell. Yeah. I knew it! I knew it. He's already gotten to him. I might be able to still intervene, though. I just have to get around this crowd and do something to distract him. Ah, there's a path out. Alright, now that I'm here, I've got to figure out how to disrupt him. Looks like his tail's on the ground. Could always step on the tip, play dumb, and say it was an accident. Although that would definitely defeat the purpose of trying not to get noticed. It seems that Donovan is just talking to Malcolm. I could just talk to him afterwards and mitigate whatever Donovan told him and retain my anonymity. You know what? To hell with it. Bastard deserves a bit of pain. I take a casual step onto the tip of the director's tail. Just instantly. The director lets out an admittedly comical howl as he shoots to his feet and rounds on me. Malcolm, unfortunately, is knocked down in the process. Who the fuck? Swearing in front of children? In the span of a second, Donovan grabs onto the collar of my jacket and hefts me up. Well, a herbivore, he is still a saurian, which makes him stronger than your average human. Denser muscles and all that makes them dangerous, if a bit clumsy from weighing a little extra. Son of a bitch, what the hell are you doing? I do my best to stay calm in the face of a furious parasaur and play dumb. He's another statistic, isn't he? Mentally ill parasaur. Quick to anger. Sorry. Didn't see your tail. This does little to calm the director down, but he does briefly register his surroundings. He releases me and takes a step back, still quite furious, but more careful about any outbursts. Who do you think you are, huh? Answer me. Instead of doing that, I glance to see if Malcolm is alright. Malcolm goes, That's Win! That's my friend Win! That's my mom Claudia's friend Win! I could see him being that dumb. The young boy sits stunned on the ground, processing what's happening around him. For a moment, anyway, before he starts to bawl. The saurian woman, who I presume is Malcolm's teacher, attempts to console the young parasaur. Donovan, meanwhile, is entirely focused on me, screaming in my face for being a clumsy oaf. He's barely keeping more obscene vocabulary in check. Or he doesn't want to drop the N-word, lest he gets canceled. Or sorry, the T-word. Well, that's fine by me. I can't help but look past him to the crying Malcolm. The teacher's attempts to comfort the young parasaur aren't very effective. The urge to run over to him myself to scoop him up is almost overwhelming. Between the crying child and screaming director, the frazzled teacher, this whole scene is quite the ruckus. Amidst it all, I'm the only one to notice Malcolm noticing me and extend his small arms towards me. Malcolm reaching out to me for help is all the motivation I need to take action. I sidestep Donovan completely. Oh no, you're painting a target on your back, buddy. Dude's letting emotion just take all over, man. It could have waited. It could have waited. I sidestepped Donovan completely and wrapped Malcolm in my arms. Almost immediately, his weeping subsides. Not completely, but it's noticeable. It's only after he calms down that I realized what I'd just done. Yeah, he's smiling, he sees. I just revealed Malcolm and I know I just revealed Malcolm and I know each other closely. Or at least enough that the boy feels safer with me than anyone else. Wing! Hello, Malcolm. No, you didn't have to call him Malcolm. Now we know. Now all of China knows he's Malcolm. Are you okay? Uh-huh. I fell down and there was shouting and... It's okay. Go with your teacher in your class and get something nice to eat. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Win. Yes, Win. Now all of China knows I'm Win. Mr. Win, thank you. Alright, children, come along now. With the excitement over and done, what's left of the crowd disperses, leaving me alone with Donovan. That should do for now. Now to get the hell out of here and away from all this. Where do you think you're going, buddy? Might have to bail out on the rest of today's work just to keep an eye on Malcolm, though. I'm sure Father Xander will understand once I tell him Donovan was here. Hold on there, champ. We aren't done yet, asshole. You think you'd just mess with me? Embarrass me? Wow, what an ego. Damn it. Discretion is probably the better part of valor here. This whole situation has already gone off the rails. The best choice is to just walk away. Oh no, fucker, you aren't walking away from me. Nobody fucks with me. Damn it. So who the fuck are you? Didn't you hear the announcements like twice? How do you know that kid? How do you know that kid, buddy? I was hoping being in public would force this guy to contain himself. I guess it's not as much of a concern for him as I was hoping. Donovan seems like the guy who crashes out like immediately, constantly, every day. I'm surprised the school system has not fucking come down on this guy. This guy feels like he just fucking breaks at a moment's notice. I'm saying this as pot calling the kettle black. This guy would lose his job. Should have lost his job years ago. Well, you better start talking, bucko, or else I'll call over our security. And then I'll tell them I caught you playing grab ass with the kindergartners. Hell, I may even do it anyway for you stepping on my tail. Thought it was real funny, didn't you, you prick? Won't be so funny when you're being shipped off to rock bottom penitentiary for the rest of your life, will it? Trust me, I know just the judge to make sure you don't get a fair trial. Oh, so he's Jewish, too. And I got friends in the right places that'll back up whatever story I feed them. So last time, you skinny fuck. Who are you? Seems I don't have much of a choice but to play along. Maybe I could still avoid giving him anything he can use. We are nobody. Nobody. Oh boy. I mean, this is, if he looks up the window, a lot of shit is gonna come out. I'm pretty sure he's in with the mafia people too at this rate. If he knows judges, the mafia probably knows judges. Nobody. Don't fuck with me, Win. Well, yeah, you heard my first name or last name. Oh wait, no, Win is first name. Window. I heard that brat say your name. How do you know that little shit? Go to the same church. His mother asked for help. Well, the mother that remained silent, so just go to the same church. It'd be easy. Go to the same church. Met him at church. Probably got introduced to him by his mother. Wait, probably got introduced to him by his mother then, didn't you? Let me guess. She was on her knees praying that Raptor Jesus would save her from me or some shit. Save her from me or some shit. Now you're the one who's blabbing so not caringly. Man, how does a blabbermouth this stupid get a doctorate degree, huh? Crazy, they're just handing them out like fucking Cracker Jacks. And then you saw her, and you felt the urge to be the one. Be the guy that rides in and rescues her. Some kind of white knight shit? Probably get a crumb of pussy too while you're at it. Give that little bastard a sibling. Remain silent. We're just friends. Do you seriously think I'm going to believe that? Seriously? Fuck, you must be really retarded. Well, I don't know. You're kind of dumb yourself, buddy. That is it, isn't it? Haha. Hey, I don't blame you. That's a great lay. Why are you talking so openly? Buddy. She does amazing work. On her knees. On her back. I understand what Donovan is doing. Or trying to do, at least. The director is trying to find out what gets an emotional response out of me. What he can only guess at for the time being is that I've heard most of the same rhetoric already via the phone calls. So it will take more than that to get a rise out of me. I'm getting the urge to punch him, however. Oh no! Punch-resisting minigame! Keep clicking! Or maybe when you saw the kid and thought he needed a friend, huh? Think you could be a good stepdad and step up? Well, I don't know about you, buddy. Wait, what are you talking about stepping up when you're not even in your kid's life, buddy? That deserves a kick in the nuts. Your lack of self-awareness is astronomical, buddy. Maybe you should step up. Honestly, that's pathetically fucking sad. The self-awareness, buddy. Bitch should, again, parasaurs, mental illness. Bitch should have aborted that little annoying parasite, like I said. Would have done the world a favor. But hey, you want to raise my little bastard like a good cock, go ahead. He'll give me a good laugh. You know what would have been perfect for this moment? Is having a fucking tape recorder. A tape recorder would have been great. I guess hindsight's 20/20. Just try not to feel too bad when the bitch calls out my name when you're fucking her. If she could even feel your dick of yours. I don't know, I'm not the one on medication that's probably killing my dick. Like you. What's wrong with this guy? He's obsessed. I've seen bad guys in Malcolm's cartoons less over the top than this maniac. This whole rant of his has been like something you'd find on a bathroom stall door. Then again, he seems to be getting carried away. I may be able to get his motives just by asking him. Although that may just rile him up some more. Why do you care? I have to. But that feels like the rise. I want to so bad, but I feel like this is where I need to remain silent. maybe. I don't know. Well, you're just gonna stand there like a retard. You know what? It doesn't really matter who you are, because if you're with Claudia, then you're gonna regret it. You mean like you? You sound like you're regretting it more than me every single day. It's because you're a dumb little parasaur. My professional medical opinion is that you should have your fun with the bitch and then ditch her fast. Because now I'm really going to mess with her and fuck up whoever's close to her. There you are. Aw, hell. As if things haven't gone off the rails enough as it is. I recognize that voice. I seriously can't believe my luck is really that inexplicably bad. Was I right? Was I right? I was right, guys. I was right. I'm docking points, man. It was predictable. But I guess it really is. And of course, he's fucking the mafia bitch. So no wonder he knows the judges. God, I am screwed. What are you doing here? Shit. Miss Deidre, I was just... Miss Deidre? He sure changed his tune in a hurry. Shut it. I don't want to hear any excuses. You're supposed to be making nice with the public and taking pictures that will look good for tourists. Not getting into arguments with random strangers and jeopardizing that nice, squeaky clean public image. Man, having a tape recorder would have been so great right now. I mean, then again, this guy doesn't even have a cell phone, does he? Not even a burner. Even burner phones have fucking recordings, man. Yes, ma'am. It won't happen again. It had better not. My father doesn't like it when his inferiors don't follow instructions. He finds their incompetence hard to swallow. You know, the best thing Wynn could have done right now is just walk away. Being here, lingering here is not good for him. And with fucking Parasaur brain here, just completely enamored, it'd be perfect to just fucking rock scrape a sound effect out of here. He finds their incompetence hard to swallow. Right. I'm glad you understand. Now remember your place in the food chain. Tony? Yes, ma'am. Help the director back to his trailer. Make sure he stays there and behaves himself. Yes, ma'am. Come on, Doc, let's go. Get out of there, buddy. Donovan doesn't even glance at me as he's practically perp-walked to the backstage of the hospital tent. And well, it was cathartic to see the director get his leash yanked like that. Now, as for you... Now I have to reckon with the one holding it. I probably should have run away while they were talking. We don't have a lot of time, so I'll be brief. Meet me here tomorrow morning. What? I'd like to offer you a deal. A deal? Oh, yes. Something that I think will be mutually beneficial. We'll talk more about it tomorrow, but in brief. You help me, I help you, and as an added incentive, I'll even help that nice Parasaur woman and her son you're living with get free from Donovan's insipid little grudge. Does that sound interesting enough? Oh, so now we have to make a deal with the devil. Okay. Making a deal isn't exactly what I was expecting, but it certainly sounds better than me getting a bag over my head and taken to Alphonse's kitchen. And it's probably not a trap. Probably. Yes. Good! 6 a.m. Don't be late. If you are, you'll be lunch. Understand? Yes. I like how she says she doesn't say anything about the money. Excellent. Now I have a fare that I need to get back to running. You just focus on keeping that pretty little face of yours and the money you stole out of sight. See you tomorrow. Ciao, Bello. See you later? Oh boy. What a damn mess. I think I royally messed up today. I have a message. Oh, it's just an Instagram link. I can look at that later. Can my phone shut up? I need to clear out all the notifications I don't care about. I think I royally messed up today. I don't know what the hell I was thinking provoking him like that. That was possibly the stupidest thing I could have done. How am I going to explain this to Claudia? Should I even? What kind of question is that? Of course I should. She has to get ready for whatever Donovan's going to throw at her now that I've gotten him riled up. And I need to come up with some way to help her with it. Which means we're gonna have to go... We're gonna have to meet at 6 a.m. And that's before just casually bumping into the daughter of the mobster that I've been trying to hide from for 3 months. What was she even doing here? I think it's pretty obvious she has Donovan in her pocket, or Alphonse does at any rate. But she wants to make me a deal instead of just feeding me to her father. Maybe maybe that'll comes later. She seems to know about Claudia and Malcolm, so why hasn't she come for the money? Unless my guess was right. That sounds too good to be true, but I really can't conceive of any other reason she would just leave me be if she knew where I was. And she did offer to help with the Donovan issue. I may just have to trust her. Reflecting briefly on everything that just happened gives me a sudden and intense bout of exhaustion. And the dawning realization that today's whole fiasco isn't even close to being the end of it. I decide to close my eyes. I breathe in and hold the air in my lungs for a long moment. And then I breathe out possibly the heaviest sigh I've ever done in my life. Let's just get through the rest of the day and hope Claudia has made something truly splendid for dinner. And coffee. Lots and lots of coffee. Later that evening. The rest of the fare mercifully proceeds without any more surprises. I'm relieved when it comes to time to clean up and go home. Although the thought that I'll be needing to talk to Claudia about today's events doesn't fill me with much comfort. Eventually, the last tent is packed up, the last trash bag is collected, and the park's evening lights take over. Night has fallen by the time I get back to St. Sadler's. Father Xander met me at the church parking lot and was interested on hearing how things went today. I wearily give him a quick rundown of the events of the fair. He agreed that Donovan probably does deserve some punishment, but that was not the right thing to do. Nor did he think it was particularly smart, but what's done is done. I mentioned my morning appointment to him. The aged ankylosaur gives me a thoughtful look and suggests that I go forward with it. He seems as intrigued as I am about Deidre's apparent knowledge of where I've been and her willingness to help Claudia. Although he does encourage me to use caution. He agrees to have the car ready for me in the morning, and so I wave goodnight to the elderly priest. I appreciate the quiet walk back home. Dude's probably being watched at this rate. The weather has started to warm back up, and all the various night insects have returned. It's peaceful enough that I may take a moment to collect my thoughts. Well, I was bound to have to confront Donovan eventually. I just wish it was more on my terms, but that's just my luck, I suppose. Whatever the case, I tell Claudia about what happened at the fair. I should definitely also tell her I have a plan. Even if my current plan is, hey, the mobster lady that I stole a bunch of money from said she could help. She's also involved with Donovan. So I'll just ask her. Yeah, that sounds like a great plan. Okay, there we go. As I enter, the two parasaurs are in the middle of watching a movie of some kind. I don't know what it is, but it looks like a caveman is hang gliding on some kind of giant bat. Hi, Win! Good evening. Me and Mom were just watching a really old movie about a caveman that's from the future and he fights robots and stuff. Sounds fascinating. It's certainly something. It's pretty cheesy, but for something I found in the bargain bin, it's worth the whole $2. So how was the fair? Sorry I couldn't help out today. I hope it wasn't too much work for you to do. The work was easy enough. Yeah! Oh, here we go. Malcolm's gonna blab. There were lots of games and candy, and in the end we got ice cream. And me and Win. The boy looks to me for what to do as more uncomfortable events of the day come to mind. Did you two do something fun together? There's something we need to talk about. We could talk about it in the kitchen while I reheat my dinner. Malcolm, how about you keep watching the movie? We'll be back in a bit. But it's okay, Malcolm. It'll be fine. Okay. Win, I'll meet you in the kitchen. It's okay, Malcolm. It'll all be okay. Promise? Promise. Okay. Claudia waits nervously in the kitchen, shifting uncomfortably next to the sink. Win, what happened at the fair? Did something happen to Malcolm? Yes. There was an event there that Malcolm's class attend. It was put on by St. Hammond's General Hospital. Donovan was there. What? No. No. It's okay. He didn't hurt Malcolm. I was able to get to Malcolm before Donovan could reach him. Wait, what? I wasn't able to get to Malcolm before Donovan could reach him. But I was able to get him away from Malcolm. Wait, get him away from Malcolm and instead focus on me. And caused the director a bit of pain in the process. But unfortunately, he did rather accurately guess that I am connected to both of you and Malcolm. And as such, he threatened to step up his harassment. I'm sorry, Claudia. I tried to help, but I think I just messed up. Win. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, God. She's starting to spiral. Please, no. Please, God, I need to do something quick or Malcolm will notice. Grab the parasaur. I rush over to Claudia and take hold over her. As my hands clasp onto her, whatever downward spiral she was about to go down seems to stop. The parasaur genetics are taking hold. She's emotionally unstable. She needs medicine. Claudia, listen to me. Claudia! Don't worry. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of everything. All you need to do is remain calm. For Malcolm's sake. My words seem to be having an effect on her, as she looks off into space for a moment while they sink in. What's best for Malcolm? Yes, just focus on that. I'll handle Donovan. Just do as I say and focus on Malcolm. Yes. Feeling her shaking subside, I feel confident enough that whatever panic she was feeling had passed. Yes. I just need to focus on keeping Malcolm safe. Do you mean it? Handling him? Count on it. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Win. I'm going to put Malcolm to bed and get some sleep too. I'm just really tired, you know? Having a mental breakdown in the span of 10 seconds really takes it all out of you. I know. Get some rest. With a nod, Claudia departs. From the other room, I overhear her ushering Malcolm to bed. Are you really okay, Mom? Yes, sweetheart. Mommy's fine. It's just been a busy day, and we should get some sleep. Okay. Soon, the two parasaurs are sequestered in their respective rooms, leaving me alone with my thoughts. What a debacle. If there was ever time to pull up stakes and get out of here, it's now. Or at least it would be, if not for Deidre finding me. That's pretty much cemented that I can't just disappear into the night now. Damn it. If I had things my way, I would have already been over the border and in a whole new identity by now. But Private Window has gotten himself all tangled up into quite a mess. And I need to start cutting some of the threads that are keeping me stuck here. We'll start with Deidre's meeting tomorrow. If she can provide a solution to Donovan, great. Depending on what kind of deal she wants to make, I can think about how I'm going to handle her and her father. And assuming I can get rid of them, I should just be able to leave. Claudia, Xander, and all those people at St. Sadler's shouldn't be any concern. Probably. It's not like they'll come after me. Then again, Xander has given what information he could to the VBPD, which means I'm on record. Maybe I will have to do something about that. I can worry about it later when the time comes. The next morning, oh boy. Normal pills. Fortunately, the many years I spent sleeping in cars for a handful of hours at a time proves my internal clock remains on point. I'm able to crawl from my bed in a relatively fully awakened state. Deciding to skip any sort of breakfast, I dress and head out of the door as quietly as I can. It's not only dark outside, but also choked with fog. If I hadn't walked to St. Sadler's so often by this point, I may have genuinely gotten lost. Dawn does break somewhere beyond the morning mist, though, so by the time I arrive at the church, I'm not in total darkness. As I approach the church parking lot, I'm surprised to see Father Xander waiting for me next to the van. Ah, Win, you're here. I am. Surprised to see you up so early. Oh, there's no helping that. I'm still living on army time. But worry not, I make up for it with a healthy dose of afternoon naps. As I've noticed. What are you doing anyway? I was doing some touch-ups on the line of scriptures I painted onto the side of the van. You painted it in the dark? Oh, I've been thinking of this for a bit, so I ordered a stencil of what I wanted a couple of weeks ago. I actually did most of the work after you got back from the fair yesterday. Just grabbed a flashlight and some spray paint and viola. And don't let this go to your head, but you were actually a bit of an inspiration of my choice of scripture. Really? Oh, yes. Here, come take a look. St. Saddler's Bayside Church. Contact us at 555-1212-5432 if you need help or to schedule an event. They promise them freedom, but they themselves are slaves of corruption. For whatever overcomes a person, to that he is enslaved. 2 Peter 2:19. He's just reading what I read, or read. Not sure I get it. It's a bit of a warning for one of the pitfalls those who are trying to do the right thing sometimes fall into. They become slaves? Well, doing the right thing isn't easy, as you are well aware. Even trying to know what the right thing to do can prove to be too much for a person. So when someone comes along and offers a solution to a person's problems, they just accept it without thinking. Too often, this help comes with a price. And before one knows it, they become enslaved by the wicked, who they themselves are caught in a web of evil. This is about me, isn't it? It's inspired by you. Uh-huh. It's a small difference, I know. But I'm pleased you could see your own story in the scripture. Doesn't seem like it's an optimistic appraisal. Oh, it isn't the end of the world. God specializes in liberation of those enslaved in both body and in spirit. There is still hope for you yet. It's mostly encouraging you to not work for anyone that asks you to compromise your morals in exchange for a quick solution. Better to do it yourself or with those you trust than be in the service of beasts and monsters. Just food for thought. This is your way of telling me to be careful around Deidre and not to take the deal she offers. I would say that is my way of telling you to think before you accept anything. She wants to offer you a deal, which is something she really doesn't need to do. Any solution she offers is bound to have strings attached. I'll keep it in mind. Be sure that you do. And I'll pray that God keeps his eyes on you. Good luck. Getting out the city part from St. Saddler's was easy enough, despite not being overly familiar with the route. But as luck would have it, despite being on the other side of the city, it's more or less a straight shot from the church. So the misty morning proved less of an obstacle and more of a mood setter. Seems I got in here a little bit early, which isn't making me feel any better. The fact that I got so little control over this situation is actually putting me a bit on edge. This side of the city has much more fog than Bayside does, and I can't see a thing. So I wonder if she'll even be able to find me in this soup. I'd hate to have her assume I skipped the meeting just because she couldn't find me. Hey, you! That's probably her. Guy with the purple coat. Oh, is that her? No. That voice sounds different. I follow in the direction I heard the voice come from. As I approach the source, a shape emerges from the fog. Oh, Lord. I wasn't expecting Tracy. Oh. Hello? Hey there. Looking for some breakfast you could take on the go? No. I'm actually supposed to meet someone here. That's so. But they with the morning joggers? I have no idea. It's sort of an appointment type thing. Sounds like you got some time to kill then. You want one of my patent bacon, eggs, and chili cheese dogs to eat while you wait? All the early birds around here love them. I didn't know you could put all that on a single hot dog. Might be worth a shot. Okay. I'll take one. Make that two. Yeah, there we go. Fading in out of the mist like some red-scaled specter is Deidre. Before I can... Oh no, she's in her casual clothes. Before I can even really register her presence, she coils an arm around mine and pulls herself in close. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, stranger danger! Stranger danger! Of course, I don't have my wallet on me, so my friend here will be paying for mine. Yeah, she knows I have the money. You don't mind, do you? After all, I did loan you some cash not too long ago, right? Getting rather friendly off the bat, I see. Sure. No problem. 2 of those breakfast hot dogs, please. 2 breakfast Barkers coming up. Hot dog woman suddenly becomes a blur of motion. Ingredients flip and fly this way and that, and the misty air is soon tinged with the scent of grilled meat. And in a flash, the cheerful vendor presents me with 2 hot dogs overflowing with no unhealthy amount of toppings. I pass along the order to my companion and pay for the meal, which gets a playful smirk out of the Allosaurus woman. Thanks, I skipped breakfast this morning. I'm simply famished. They literally made her Sprite with the hot dog. Oh, the fact that the hot dog is not its own Sprite. They drew it with her. Before I can make any sort of comment, Deidre waves to the hot dog woman and pulls me by my arm away into the mist. Where's my hot dog? I don't know how she's navigating the park in such poor visibility, but she seems to know where she's going, which isn't as much of a comfort to me as I'd like. You see, instead of using a whole ass knapsack bag or whatever to tie around their head, the mobsters turned on their weather machine to induce the fog, to make sure Window here was fucking confused in his location so they can inconspicuously take him to an unknown location. There's your schizo reference. Eventually we come to stop in a small fountain grotto within the park, where the Saurian woman finally releases my arm. Isn't it a nice secluded spot to have a pleasant talk? I can't really tell. Can't see much. You'll just have to trust me then, won't you? I suppose I will. Considering there could be some of your father's men in the mist waiting for your word to jump me. There certainly could be, couldn't there? But out of sight, out of mind, as they say. So let's just focus on what we came here for, no? Come on, have a seat on the fountain and we can talk. Seeing my hesitation, she pats the spot next to her and smiles expectantly at me. Her pleasantly conversational tone is catching me off guard somewhat, as does the apparent state of ease she seems to be in. Maybe she's so calm because there really are goons surrounding me just out of sight. Or maybe she knows she has all the leverage in the scenario. Instead of worrying about it, I choose instead to gingerly take my seat next to her. Deidre, meanwhile, pops her entire hot dog into her maw and swallows it whole in one not-so-daintily bite. Delicious! So, Win. We got a CG of her herself, huh? She looks so inconspicuous, like you would never know she was like the mob boss's daughter. Whatever shall we talk about? Didn't you want to talk to me about making a deal? You seemed to be in a rush yesterday. That was yesterday, and I was rather pressed for time. Today I have some time to kill. So why not make some pleasant conversation first? Besides, it'll help us get to know each other better, and I can use any information you tell me against you. I suppose she's right about that. I might be able to get some good information out of her this way too. Oh boy. Oh lord. Oh boy. I'm gonna take another bathroom break from all the water I drank. I will be back. At least another hour. You keep saying that. I should add a secret option here doing like, damn, this chili dog is actually pretty good. Alright, time for some more dialogue. That night. Yep, earbuds are on, right? I'm good. To begin with, I am delighted to finally have a chance to talk with you. I thought you might have died considering how badly you looked when you hobbled out of that restaurant that night. She attempts and fails to stifle a small laugh. I must say, that wasn't particularly well thought out escape, but I'm guessing our party wasn't expected. For what it's worth, I am happy to see you alive. And not a cripple. If I didn't know better, I'd believe humans really were made of rubber. But I think you and I both know what humans really are made out of a bit too well. Like rubbery meat, nudge nudge, wink wink, ha ha. The escape was not my finest moment. Things were pretty easy up until then. I don't doubt that. Almost all of the buildings in Little Trudon were built back when electricity was a novelty. Ever since my father put me in charge of it, I've been trying to modernize the whole area so it can turn a profit. But as you could probably guess, he has other concerns than profits. My concerns, however, are far more negotiable. And I prefer to keep humans in the city very much alive. Yeah, seeing as you're coming on to me wearing that shit, you chose to come to this meeting wearing that. I got a feeling you have a certain type. How did you find me? I never lost you. So you did let me escape. Yes, but it sounds like you figured that out a while ago. I had my driver, Tony, follow that taxi you sped away in. Which wasn't particularly easy, mind you. After that, we kept our eye on you from a distance. Made sure you didn't skip town while I was working on other matters. And I made sure no one else found out about you either. You were smart to not go spending the money like a madman. It'll make what I have planned go a lot more smoothly. I'm honestly surprised you stuck around instead of hopping on a bus or something. But then I learned about the woman and her son you've been living with. Deidre once again fails to suppress a small laugh. I can see why you would want to stay. I've actually gotten rather fond of them myself. Damn it. Guess all that effort to keep a low profile was a waste from the start. Pretty sure Father Xander isn't going to like hearing that. Why didn't you come for the money? It suits my plans better to have you right where you are. Why not come for me for the money? Why wait? Care to guess? Well, assuming that you weren't blamed for the failure in the first place. The quiet after the robbery seemed to hint that something was going on within your organization. I assumed you were using the theft as a power grab of some kind. That night I overheard you telling the other guy, Tony, that none of your father's lieutenants are happy with how things are. That they all want to get rid of your father, but none of them can agree on who to follow. So you would have needed something to unify them behind you, like recovering the money. Very good! You've got the right kind of mindset for this kind of work. You're quite correct. I'm using your theft to further shake confidence in my father's leadership. And if I can recover the money, it will rally my father's supporters to my side. However, it's taking longer than expected to win them over. They're all scared out of their minds by my father, and for good reason. If he had suspected any of them were attempting to challenge him, he'd tear them apart and eat them. Not something any of them are eager to risk on my behalf. So I have to take things slowly and carefully. Fortunately, my father has put me in charge of finding the money and bringing him the guy who stole it. So I'm not racing against someone else finding you before I do, which means I can take my time. Time I'm using to prove to the others that I'm worth following. You should still keep a low profile, though. Don't want one of the others seeing you and getting any funny ideas. The others. Those other three that were with you that night. What do I need to know to avoid them? Just keep doing what you had been, really. Kenji, the Lepuridon, is in charge of the archipelago. I don't know what he did to get such a cushy position, but he's going to be the easiest one to deal with. Mostly because he's almost never on the mainland. It takes a summons from either me or my father to get him here. Until that happens, he's content to stay on Manuahi, lay back on the beach and rake in all the tourism money. And there's Demont, the contorist, who runs downtown in the city center. He's good at keeping the status quo and rubbing elbows with the city's upper crust. As long as you avoid any fancy parties held in penthouses or that Space Needle, then you probably won't bump into him. He focuses on making sure all the right palms stay greased and disseminating orders from me or Alphonse to them. Of course, that means he also has it in his head that he should be in charge if my father is not available. So far, I've been able to convince him otherwise. And then there's Bruce. That rough-looking shark, I take it. Yes. He doesn't run a district or territory. He's my father's enforcer, more or less. I didn't think Alphonse would need one of those. Not even my father can be bothered to threaten everyone himself. That's where Bruce comes in. Any dirty job my father wants done, he'll do it. He'll do anything. And I mean anything. No questions, no qualms, no hesitation. Fortunately, he usually sticks close to my father, so I'm able to keep an eye on him. Just don't go out for any night swimming around St. Hammond's Beach. He does occasionally like to get his flippers wet. Sounds like a charming cast of people I want to avoid at all cost. Director Donovan. He's a simpering, spineless worm. Yeah, don't need to remind me. Unfortunately, he's also a useful asset to my father. Yeah, I told him he was with the mafia. Start drinking down that water. Oh, that one went down hard. Oof. Stretching the old throat out with that one. Great. The fact that gives him an unwarranted sense of invincibility. What does Donovan do for your father? He cleans any bodies to make it to the hospital of any evidence that may lead back to us. Falsifies reports. Yeah, so he would have easily just made Malcolm's little jab a clot shot for sure. Shuffles bodies around to keep them away from the police. If there's even a body left, that is. These days, my father doesn't leave much to clean up at all. In exchange, Donovan gets paid for these services and insurance that he will keep that comfy little position of his. He's done a fair amount of dirty work for my father, and that earns him protection. That's gotta be a lot of fucking protection and Janie sweeping for someone who loses their fucking marbles at the drop of a hat. My god. You think with that much sweeping you'd get a lot of fucking bad reviews of your school or some shit on fucking Google. As well as an opportunity to rub elbows with other high-class individuals sitting comfortably in my father's pocket. Then he goes on and acts like he can do whatever he wants. He thinks it also lets him make certain demands of my father's organization. Like the others, he doesn't ask my father directly because they're all terrified of him. No, he comes to me and starts getting uppity. For instance, after the fair yesterday, he demanded I find, humiliate, and kill you. To say nothing of what he demanded I do about Miss Grant and her son. His infantile temper tantrums about them have grown beyond tiresome. Fortunately, it doesn't take much to make him shut up and mind his own business. I just have to give him a nice little reminder that he works for us and not the other way around. And threatening to have him eaten for pestering us with his personal problems never gets old. The charity fair. That was just a front. Oh? I recall saying that you had to get back to running it. Yes, what about it? What would someone like you be doing running a charity fair? Because charities can be very profitable. Well, it's called a charity. It's in the name, non-profit. Oh, we just stick a little finger into the cookie jar, and we take the whole cookies, all of them. Really? Oh yes. The amount of money some corporations and businesses are willing to pay just to sponsor a charity is well worth the effort. The charity fair, the Hunters Festival, the Winter Solstice celebration, the Christmas market, anything that takes a place around Little Trudon or this park, I make sure to get a cut. So, all the charity work I've done, that everyone has done, is just going to lining in your pockets. No, it hasn't. You and your church have been helping plenty of people, even if you've been doing so at events that I set up. Most of my cut comes from providing the venue and charging these businesses and booths to use the space. Well, it is true I could just pocket all the donation money and the city would be none the wiser. I prefer to make sure it reaches the intended recipients. You see, Win, I'm not all evil. That's unexpectedly generous of you. Generosity is a very useful tool. It lets people have their guard down. Ironically, getting greedy would only hurt my profits. If more people have money and stable living conditions, the more likely they are to come back and spend money at businesses I own. It's just cultivating a customer base. Not to mention all the free positive PR. Sounds almost legitimate. Legitimate business practices are the most profitable. Quite frankly, there are enough legal loopholes that we don't even need to break the law to continue on as we have been. Sounds like she's more of a businesswoman than a gangster. I wonder if that's what her ultimate vision for her gang is. To go from crime syndicate to corporation. But again, in this day and age, what's the difference? Although, she did sound pretty offended when I suggested she was just pocketing the money. But regardless of all that, I still have another question. If you set up the charity fair for those in attendance, did you plan on Donovan, Malcolm, and I to all collide like that yesterday? Believe it or not, no. St. Hammond's General Hospital always has a spot reserved for them at larger events. That's just standard practice. But I have no influence over who they send. Donovan usually doesn't attend these sort of things, as you might have guessed by his temperament. And I didn't expect a field trip from the school Miss Grant's son attends to be there. If I had to guess, this was an independent scheme from the director. Once I had learned he was there, I went to go ask him why, and lo and behold, there you were. I must say, you stepping on his tail like that was rather funny. I had a smile on my face the whole day thinking about that. But long story short, no. I may be good, but I'm not that good. Alphonse. I'm surprised he hasn't torn the city apart looking for the money. He couldn't care less about the money. Really? My father's a monster. Even before he developed his particular tastes. Every year that goes by, he becomes more brutal and more deranged. It's like he's regressing into some primeval state. He terrifies all of us. Oh no, he's getting the dino rabies. Like, did the music change for this? That little display you were privy to that night was just a peek at the madness that has been growing for God knows how long. Being a cannibal that wants to exterminate humans is just a peek? Yes. I'm sorry you had to see that. But I hope it shows what kind of terror we're all living under. An extermination of human populace is the cleaner way of saying it. He wants to hunt them to extinction and for all other carnivores saurians to take part. He thinks it's the natural order of things. Why not get the police involved? Surely they'd want him gone too. That's messy, Win. I'm sure the chief of police would love to get rid of a monster like him. But before his madness, my father was exceptionally good at putting reliable stooges in places of power throughout the city. That's why the massacre of Skid Row gangs was allowed to happen. All it took to muzzle the cops was one call from the mayor's office, and then my father was allowed to run rampant. And he's going to kill a lot of innocent people if he's allowed to continue. Until he finally runs into a wall of guns that he can't brute force his way through. Though anything short of the National Guard might not have enough firepower. For now, though, he seems content to lurk in his tower and only emerge when there's someone or something to kill. Although he does slip out sometimes and prowls the city's sanitation tunnels looking for prey. He could fit into the sewers? Only the larger ones near the city center. If you ever hear of a work crew or homeless going missing, well, don't expect to hear of any bodies being found. I'll keep that in mind. And I was thinking about hiding in the sewers when I first got here, too. Just the thought of bumping into Alphonse is terrifying enough. I don't want to imagine doing so in some dark tunnel. So as you might expect, I'd rather he die sooner rather than later. But I'll take a lot more than I can do on my own. Which is why I would like you to help me. So, let's get to the point. Oh, music back! Happy music! tasty water. Let's get to the point. As pleasant as the conversation in the company might be, I think it's time to get on with it. Unless there's something I think I could still get idle banter like this. Oh, they give you the chance to go back again. Enough dilly-dallying. I think I've heard enough. Let me hear about this deal of yours. I'd be delighted to. For the time being, I want you to hold on to the money. Feel free to spend a little of it, but don't go crazy. I will need it later if my plan is going to work. And if you prove you can be a good team player, I can promise you a premier spot in my new organization. You'll be a made man for helping me bring down my father and for returning the stolen money. As for Donovan, I'll make sure that when Alphonse goes down, I'll air out some of the director's dirty laundry. He'll either fall in line or end up ruined and behind bars. In either case, he won't bother Claudia or Malcolm ever again. Until then, I'll keep him on a leash for you and make sure you and your little community up there stay hidden. Although I will warn you that I can't control everything Donovan does, so you will have to stay on guard. He's got a grudge and is wealthy enough in his own to make problems without the help of my father's organization. That does sound like a very good offer. I wonder what the catch is. Do I even have an alternative? What if I go to the police with all this information you've given me? Oh, they won't believe you, darling. Trust me. Ha! What are you going to do when the police ask who you are? Assuming, of course, I even let that happen. I'll remind you I could just take what I want at any time. But I'd rather settle things with a nice compromise where everyone can win. And besides, I would rather not kill you, Win. Without warning, I feel a cool, clawed hand ruffle my hair. I think you're rather cute. It's a shame you're with that parasaur woman. I pounce to my feet and get some distance between me and the over-affectionate Allosaur. Deidre just laughs and rises to her feet. I mean it. You're not that bad looking. But I understand if you're surprised by the notion, considering who my father is and all. Buddy, I wasn't even considering that at the moment. I am seeing a woman, another woman. I am faithful. Now, I'll give you some time and let you think my offer over. There's still a bit of time before I need a definitive yes or no from you. But I will come for an answer, make no mistake about that. And Win, a word of warning. I will need that money back, and one way or another, I will get it. I'll be in touch. Ciao, Bello. The elegant Allosaur woman flutters her hand in farewell and disappears into the mist, leaving me presumably alone with my thoughts. It's still not the most ideal situation, but Deidre's offer is rather enticing. This may be too good to be true, but I can't see any other option. Donovan is protected, not only by Alphonse's gang, but by his position as well. He's part of a big corrupt web. Maybe the only way to get rid of him is for that corruption to cut him loose. And she's right that the police are unlikely to be a help to me. They'll probably be far less understanding than Father Xander was about me stealing money from an infamous crime lord. Without any sort of provable identity, I don't know if anything I'd give them would even hold up in court anyway. This way, at least, it seems Claudia, Malcolm, and I all come out ahead. Assuming Deidre is telling the truth, of course. And it does make it easier on me. I could just focus on making sure Claudia and Malcolm are safe. But I don't know. It's a lot to take in. I think I'll have to talk with Father Xander about it. He should have some advice. With a heavy sigh, I turn to leave the park. There was a lot I had to think about when I got back home. I start making my way back the way I came in, and watch, something's gonna go wrong. At least I believe so. The fog was only beginning to burn away in the sunlight. Picking a one of the numerous brick walkways that led away from the fountain, I started back towards the parking lot. This is the right one. Probably. Fortunately, I avoided the embarrassment of getting lost on my way back to the van. Although I did almost get trampled by a herd of saurians out of for their morning jog. But as I was driving away from the park, I considered what excuse for my absence I'd give Claudia and Malcolm. Oh, we got moving background. Let's go. Fortunately, I can just tell Claudia the truth. I've already told her about all my past and how I got where I am. I don't know how she'll react to learning about Deidre's offer, but I think it's best she had some say in all this. But Malcolm, should I tell him too? Hiding what's going on from him is only going to get harder going forward. Would he be able to handle it? Would he even be able to understand it? Or would I just be freaking him out for nothing? Well, he's a smart kid. It might confuse him, but he should know that there's something important going on. It might help Claudia's own peace of mind if she doesn't have to hide anything from him either. Knowing what I need to do, I take a heavy sigh and focus back on the misty road ahead of me. I'm gonna need some coffee for this. When I return home, I can see Claudia and Malcolm in the kitchen, just finishing up breakfast. They turn to see me as the door opens and move to greet me with the happy but curious expressions. Hi, Win! Welcome back. You were up pretty early today. Everything all right? I had a meeting with someone. It was important. Oh, well, you don't need to tell us if... No, I do. You and Malcolm both need to hear this. You may want to put on a fresh pot of coffee and get comfortable. There's a lot to go over. After some coffee is distributed, Claudia and Malcolm take their positions on the couch. The two of them nestle in together with a slight air of worry hanging above them. I take a seat in one of the other chairs so I can face them as I talk. And I do a great deal of talking. Claudia already knew my history, such as it was, but explaining it to Malcolm proved a bit more challenging. I tried to tell him everything I told Claudia in the sanctuary, with some of the gorier details left out. My life as a thief, the botched escape from Alphonse, Father Xander finding me, how Private Window isn't my real name, and I don't even know my real name, and what he and his mother have come to mean to me since being with them. That's what I want to stay with them. After explaining myself as best as I could, I paused to let everything sink in. The quiet in the room was oppressive, but eventually Malcolm broke the silence. So, you're like a thief that steals from bad guys? Like Robin Hood? No. I never cared who I stole from before. I only started caring about that sort of thing when I started living with you two. So you were a bad guy? The question stung more than I thought it would. Almost as much as answering. I was. But you're good now? Right? Like in Kingdom Souls. Oh yeah. The friend of the main character that Tiffany said I was like. Even though it's a bit more complicated than all that, I suppose. That's a good enough analog. Especially for a 5-year-old. Yes. Like that. The boy's face brightened considerably upon the confirmation. With him being at ease, too did Claudia's own features relax. That's so cool! So you're just waiting until the chance to take down the big bad guy, right? Like a superhero! Okay, maybe not the greatest analog. Not exactly. That's actually the next thing we need to talk about. Specifically about an offer I've been made that I would like your mother to hear. Parts of it concern something from her past. Oh no. Oh no. And I won't talk about that unless she wants me to. I give Claudia an expectant look. I regret having to force this thing on her, but I don't see a way forward without all of us knowing what's going on. Malcolm, you're an illegitimate child. I'm sorry to have to tell you that. Your father really wants you dead. If the relief she got from telling me is any indication, though, then telling Malcolm will take a great weight off of her shoulders. I just hope that I haven't misjudged how ready Claudia is to share her past with Malcolm. Mom! With a heavy sigh, Claudia nods. She slowly and very tenderly rubs Malcolm's shoulders in a very reassuring manner as she attempts to start. Malcolm, there's something I have to tell you. She has apparently been preparing herself for this moment, judging by how calm her voice is. Mommy has, for a long time now, been getting, well, bullied by a bad man. But Wynn has been helping me. But that bad man is also your father, Malcolm. You have to live with that knowledge. He's been a really good friend. Even though I may have not always appreciated it. And he's helped me realize that I don't need to be scared of that bully anymore. That I don't need to be keeping secrets anymore. But why would anyone bully you? In a flash, the young boy is swept up in a tight embrace by his mother. Now it's a sad hug. The cooing and reassurances from Claudia kept Malcolm from having a full breakdown. Holding on to her son seemed to do much the same for Claudia. You're gonna help Mom, right, Wynn? You said you were gonna help us, right? I give the boy a nod as firm sounding an affirmation as I can muster. I will, Malcolm. I can help too, Mom. I can. I know you can, honey, I know. Let's hear what Wynn has to say. Reining in their tears, the pair now give me a hopeful looks. Right, let's see if I can explain this right. I've gotten an offer from Deidre, the daughter of Big Bad Guy, who is offering to fix all of our problems for us. Both with her father and with Claudia's bully. In exchange, all she wants is that I give back what I stole and help her in return. So she's a good guy too, and you're gonna team up? I'm not sure about that. But she won't be back for it for a while, so we'll have to handle things on our own until then. It sounds like a dream come true. But what does she mean when she says she wants your help? I'm not sure. I haven't decided exactly on what I want to do yet. I hope if I just give the money back, that will be enough to help. Enough if the help she wants from me is something I'd rather not do. Or puts you in danger. But I have some time. She sounds like a nice person. You should let her help. It does sound like quite a nice offer. It is an appealing one. And she does seem trustworthy. Or at the very least, it seems like she isn't trying to trick me. It's something anyway. We spend the next few hours just relaxing around the living room. With the secrets between us all finally revealed, whatever stress that hung over Claudia and I evaporated. Her mood seems to shift immediately to one far happier. Okay, I know there's probably more the mod. I'm just putting it out there. A hard cutoff is going to be within an hour because that's when quiet hours come on, and I'm not going to be like throwing my voice for that. Just saying. Satisfied with that outcome, and that there was at least an idea of how to move forward, I lean back in the seat and allow myself a small moment of relaxation at the end of a series of rather stressful events. Even though there may be more on the horizon, they feel a lot more manageable now that Claudia, Malcolm, and I all feel like a team. 2 weeks later. Oh boy. Hey Kissif, is this another one of those 60k funded Snoot games? No, it's quite the opposite. The art may look a little scuffed, but there's definitely some soul in this game. It's pretty interesting. I like it. Yeah, the 60k is within the game itself, in the duffel bag. The 2 weeks since the meeting with Deidre have been eerily calm. No more harassing calls have come in, nor have there been any signs of Donovan's promised threat to do more. Claudia and I have become quite close since opening up about their past, not only to one another, but also Malcolm. There's a level of trust amongst all of us that I've never really known before. Malcolm has taken to the revelations about me and his mother's histories well. Whether he really comprehends the depths of Claudia's issues is up for debate. But his understanding of my history is very clearly a child's view of things. He is under the impression that I am much cooler as an ex-thief turned good guy than as a test driver that got beat up. He has even begun to mimic some of my mannerisms, which has been equal parts amusing and concerning to his mother. The young boy did tell Tiffany about the whole thing, however, which did cause a bit of a stir. Oh boy, loose lips. Now the whole church will know. Now, my parents say I can't hang out with you anymore. Fortunately, she had enough wherewithal to talk to Claudia and I about it in private, and swore to keep it a secret. She's also in the camp that thinks that I'm now cooler than before. She and Malcolm have begun asking if he can teach them. Wait, she and Malcolm have begun asking if he can teach them some cool super thief skills. I've mostly held off on teaching her and Malcolm tricks in my old trade, but there are some things that are just too practical to not be taught, like how to open doors and windows if you should happen to forget your keys. I'm not sure how much is sinking in, but they do seem to enjoy watching me pop open locks. Even though Claudia and I are being completely open and honest with each other, I may not want to bring this up to her. Here, go commit a crime. Which brings us to now, where I'm currently attempting to make the coffee brew faster by staring at it. No luck so far. Good morning, Wayne. Good morning, Claudia. You know, I've been thinking, we should go out for a nice dinner. Dinner? Yes. I've just thought that it'd be nice if we did something that got us out of the house. And maybe have some fun, too. Can't argue with that. Where were you thinking? Well, watch it be Dynamos. $100 says Dynamos. Well, Minnie and the ladies at church have said that there's a very nice restaurant they all went to once. I'll take my 100. I'll take my 100. Or my 200, I should say. Predicted. Calculated. Foreseen. Apparently it's authentically Italian. I've been thinking about inviting you to try it out with me for a while now, actually. Not Malcolm? Well, I spoke to Tiffany about it yesterday. And I guess we found out that... little Malcolm has a lactose intolerance issue. Whatever. But she has already agreed to watch him for a bit longer tonight, so it'll just be the two of us. Oh. She seems pretty excited about this. And if I'm being honest, I'm not opposed to an outing with her. The two of us have become very close over these last months. And spending some time with her in a setting where we could not only be alone, but unwind from all this drama. Watch, shit's gonna go down at the restaurant. Or should I say Dynamo's. Like a date, but... Well, actually, yeah. A date with Claudia. That sounds nice. Really nice. That sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. Fantastic. Should I make a reservation? No, that shouldn't be necessary. From how they described it, it should be easy enough to get a table just by walking in. It's a nice place, but it's not that nice. Well, alright. I'll bring a little extra cash with me just in case. Well then, with that all settled, I'll see you after work. It's a date. Whoops. Dude, you two kissed. It's a date. It's a fucking date. Might have wanted to keep that thought to myself. Well, yes. I suppose it would be. Which is fine by me. Yeah, me too. Well, I should really get ready for work now. Right. Now, what was I doing? Coffee's burnt. With all our plans agreed upon and a time set, the two of us proceeded about our daily routines. Claudia goes to work, and I prepare myself for the evening. Grooming myself as best as I know how, I start by taking a shower. While cleaning myself, my thoughts are occupied by the thoughts of more thoughts, that I suddenly start growing a big head and getting sunglasses and a blue jacket. By the possible conversations we may have at this dinner of ours. Always, my mind returns to the idea, the hope, that we might spark a scene of romance. Exiting the shower, I return to my room and select my cleanest t-shirt and pants. Feeling confident that I'm wearing the best I can for the occasion, I'm left to think about the evening ahead of me. Which leads me to ponder just what exactly I should say to the Parasaur woman. In my mental image, I'm able to speak to her plainly and confidently about my feelings. However, as I attempt to repeat these same words aloud to the empty room, I find myself stumbling to even get out 2 words. Despite my attempts to organize my thoughts and feelings, which all seem so clear in my mind, trying to speak any of these thoughts aloud proves to be an uphill battle for me. I spent most of the day trying and failing to get the words out. Which, in other words, means... I'm freaking out! I'm yicking out! I've been pacing back and forth from one end of the house to the other, spending hours losing my mind that I won't be able to actually confess my feelings to Claudia. These feelings that have been building inside of me since first meeting her. That and wondering if this restaurant we're going to has anything I can jump off in case I need to make a hasty getaway. Finally realizing that I've hit a wall, I resign myself to give up and take a restful sit down on the couch. Well, I think I'm just going to have to come up to grips with the fact that I'm not going to be sweeping Claudia off her feet here. I mean, you two had a kiss, dude. I think it's already set in stone. I've never been the conversationalist, so Claudia will likely be doing most of the talking anyway. Actually, she may even broach the subject herself. I think it's not too much to assume, judging by how close we've become, that she has some affection for me. He's acting like the kiss never happened. I mean, after our talk in the sanctuary, she hasn't been subtle. Dude, women don't just kiss men like that, right? That means something, doesn't it? I think maybe we may already be together. Just unofficially. If it does come down to it, however, and I must be the one to bring it up, I think my best bet is to skip all sorts of flowery speech and just say it. We know each other well enough by now. If she feels the same way about me as I feel about her, then she should understand what I'm trying to say. So I guess I can just not worry about it. I've taken a deep breath to steady myself as I resolve to just relax and stop freaking out. Which I am only partially successful at. With my mental state as ready as it can be, all that's left to do is wait for the scant few hours until Claudia returns. I attempt to keep myself with some light chores as time moves forward, but they don't help calm me down much either. So instead, I resort to the standby that Malcolm and Tiffany taught me. Play video games! Sorry about that. This cooking game is definitely easier than the racing one. Is it? Was Cooking Mama even on the GameCube? My god. I wouldn't know. What cooking game was on the GameCube? Although it's rated for kids Malcolm's age, so I don't know what else I was expecting. Although I'm getting hit with deja vu again seeing the main character. She looks like that woman from the park. Oh, is this the Tracy game? But that's not. That's a computer game. What are you doing, Win? I'm back. I see you've been keeping yourself busy. Welcome back. Then I ran out of other things to do while I waited. You're fine. I'm going to get myself freshened up. You mentioned Cooking Mama last stream. I did. And it's not like... Well, it's the Tracy game. But I was going to say, this mod updated itself, even though I didn't download anything. It's actively just being downloaded and updated without having to go to the download page. That'd be... Well, it's not a Steam game, so it'd be kind of creepy. I'm going to go get myself freshened up. Are you all prepared? Do you want to put on some nice clothes? I don't have anything nicer. I keep forgetting that. One of these days I'm just gonna have to drag you to the mall or something. Force you to put some of that money to good use, right? You should be fine as is. I prefer being more casual anyway. For tonight, anyway. Maybe we could try something more formal next time. Next time? Although you will need to increase your wardrobe if you plan to get a job. In any case, I'm going to go get ready. See you in a bit. Claudia disappears down the hall back to her room while I consider her last statement. A job. I've been so focused on worrying about what to do about Donovan and Alphonse that I haven't thought about what comes after. Well, nothing concrete anyway. Just sort of nebulous idea that we'll be together and happy. Deidre's offer has thrown the idea of relying on the money out the window. but she did offer me a job too. I assume it pays well, considering how nice her and that Tony guy's clothes are. Does that suit count a uniform? Maybe I'll get lucky, and that job offer was to do legitimate work at one of her businesses. But those are thoughts best left for later. I do think I can shut down the game, though. She shouldn't take too long. I hang out in the living room and listen to Claudia's bustling to and fro from her room to the bathroom. Soon the sound of the shower and her humming some happy tune I don't recognize fills the house. Her mood sounds bright, and I lean back and bask in the mundane peace of the moment. It's such a comfortable atmosphere, I find myself almost starting to slip into a nap. Oh boy, here we go. Which shatters as the phone rings. The sound of it causes me to shoot up straight as an arrow, almost as a reflex. Oh no. The noise of the shower is silenced. Not hard to guess that Claudia is bracing herself for what's to come. I guess Donovan's finally making a move. I move over to the phone and hover my hand over the handle of the handset. Not this time. This time I'm not going to let his abuse go unanswered. You know you could just pick up the phone and then hang it up again, right? You don't have to do anything. He knows about me and Claudia now, and he's already promised to make things worse. So I'm going to at least show he can't act with impunity anymore. At the very least, I could take the abuse and spare Claudia from having to hear it. I take a hold of the handset, put it up to my ear, and brace myself. Oh, it's Tiffany. Cough, cough. Hello? Tiffany's voice croaks through the earpiece, catching me completely unprepared. My mouth fumbles a moment as I try to shift gears from defiant contempt to sounding something more friendly. Although considering how I usually talk, there may not be too much of a discernible difference. Tiffany? Hey, Win. Man, she sounds awful. I'm sorry for calling like this, but I can't watch Malcolm tonight. Caught some crud at school. Or something. That's fine. I can come pick him up. Sorry about using the phone. Malcolm told me your mom hates the phone. I didn't want to send him home alone, and it's okay. Thank you for letting us know, Tiffany. I'll be by in a bit. Okay. See ya. Putting the phone down on the receiver, I look to the hallway and see Claudia's snout peeking around it. Did you answer the phone? Was it him? No, fortunately it wasn't. Really? It was Tiffany. She's sick and can't watch Malcolm tonight, so we're bringing him to the pizza parlor. She can't hide her relief upon hearing the news it wasn't Donovan. But she diminishes quickly as the rest of what I said sinks in. I guess that means we're going to have to put our outing on hold then. It doesn't have to. But I'm happy to bring Malcolm along. I don't recall all of us going out before. You know, I should have figured you would. Okay then. I guess it's a good thing we're keeping it casual then, huh? I guess so. A tiny sighing laugh escapes her lips as she looks wistfully away from me. I did want to have a private talk with you, but that can wait too, I suppose. Her gaze eases its way back to me as she gives me another small twinkle of laughter. Anyway, I better get back to the shower. Can't be standing out in the hallway with nothing but a towel. I'll be ready by the time you get back with Malcolm, so go on ahead. Right, I'll get right on it. Claudia disappears back around the corner, and once more, the sound of the shower resumes. Meanwhile, I take my leave out at the front door and make my way towards Tiffany at rather a brisk pace. Curtain thoughts were pulling a pep in my step and warmth in my cheeks as I strolled down the sidewalk. Nothing but a towel. I don't know why she felt the need to share that. Doesn't make for a bad mental image, though. Oh no, am I gonna be flashbanged? I mean, it's just a towel, right? It can't be bad. It can't be fucking Dancing Towards Tomorrow bad, can it? Okay, we're not good. We don't even address it. I don't even think there was like a filter. You know what? Hold on. Let me save. Was there even a preferences? Okay, there's no good. It's a true Christian Snoot-based mod. When I arrived to collect Malcolm, Tiffany is incredibly apologetic for getting sick and hopes she hasn't passed anything on to Malcolm. I reassure her that it's fine and tell Malcolm that he will be joining his mother and I for dinner. Malcolm was disappointed about not getting to stay with Tiffany. Oh, I bet you it's like the jab or whatever, and Malcolm was like just immune to it and just passed it on to Tiffany. I don't know, maybe I'm schizoing. I mean, that was like, what, two weeks ago? But the promise of dinner changes his attitude rather quickly. By the time we return home, Claudia is dressed and ready to go. She does insist that Malcolm bathing before going into public after spending time with someone who is sick. But it is only a brief delay. Before long, the three of us are finally ready to drive off for a night of family fun. The restaurant in question is in the middle of Little Trudon. Oh boy. I tried to hide my concern the closer we came to the borders of the neighborhood. I haven't been this out of the way since the night of the robbery. I can only hope that Deidre is being honest about her offer to just leave Claudia and I alone. Hopefully I should have nothing to worry about. Malcolm, meanwhile, is transfixed by the scenery passing outside the window. By the look on his face, all of this is brand new to him. Eventually, Claudia pulls up into the small parking lot, and we emerge into the sidewalk in front of our destination. A redrawing of dynamos. I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break again, and I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Dynamos. The soft yellow lighting gives the entire place a very cozy atmosphere, as do the enticing smells that waft out from within the structure. Dynamos? Bit of a silly name, but it looks pretty nice. Not the same kind of fancy as Deidre's restaurant. That was more reminiscent of a grand ballroom. So, is this a mod that canonizes Mo's involvement in the Mafia? Because if so, things are going to get really awkward. Oh boy. It was more reminiscent of a grand ballroom. But I could see where it could be a place where you could dress up and wouldn't feel out of place. Well, this looks nice. I can smell pizza! Can we get pizza? Haha. Sure. If it tastes half as good as it smells, I think we'll be in for a treat. Well, let's not just spend all night standing out here. We enter into the restaurant where a sign greets us, asking for anyone dining in to seat themselves. Scanning the dining room, it appears we have our choice of places to sit. It's literally just, it's recolored. The real life blur picture is gone. I mean, having it drawn order probably fits this art style better, if anything. Claudia seems indecisive, so I gesture and lead our group towards a nice booth. Something in view of the front, but satisfies my more private sensibilities. We even have the table. Just like Fang's concert, we have the table. That's also going to be holding pizza. We're seated. After we're seated, we spend a bit of time waiting and taking in the atmosphere. Malcolm is squirming in his seat as the wait goes on, while Claudia attempts to tell him to keep calm. Do I have to get the Parasaur pills out, brat? I keep myself busy by scanning the room and wondering where the staff was. Oh god, are we gonna see Mo himself? Oh boy. What is he gonna look like in this mod? I mean, to be honest, it looked like Rosa was kind of like traced over and Tracy was kind of traced over, so I'm assuming Mo's gonna be traced over pretty much. We weren't alone in the dining area. There were 3 other groups sitting around, whispering amongst each other, and filling the room with a low-level murmur. But behind the small din of the complimentary music, I can hear something. There was an awful lot of arguing coming from the kitchen. The voices were muffled by the walls, and even with only a few customers present, the general noise of the room masks it well. Suddenly, the kitchen doors fly open, and a young Saurian woman that looks like a waitress storms out. She throws what appears to be her apron into the vacant hostess podium as she leaves. Someone got fired. Judging by the angry expression on her face and stomping march out of the restaurant, she has either been fired or quit. There. Oh boy. There he is. Dude's got... Did Mo always have a goatee trying to... Or the hair, the chin hair, was that always a thing, or is that new? No, he didn't. He's older. Gotcha. Behind her, an old graying Tyrannosaurus emerges and watches her leave, clearly displeased. His more pronounced saurian qualities make it quite comical when he puts his tiny arms on his hip and shakes his head. You just don't know how to talk, know how to work no more. $21 an hour. I even making that much. Well, hey, if it ain't some lovely customers. Hey, Paisanos. Welcome to my humble establishment, Dynamo's. I'm the Dynamo at your service, and ain't you lucky, because it looks like I'm going to be your waiter for tonight. Let me just get you guys some menus and a little something fun for the big man over here. With a few comical gesticulations, the Asian dinosaur extracts some menus from the abandoned podium, as well as a child's activity mat, which he expertly places in front of Malcolm with a trio of cranes. Malcolm's face practically bursts with excitement once the activity sheet and several crayons appear in front of him. The young boy immediately gets to work on the various puzzles laid out on the paper. How's about I get you all something to drink to start out with, eh? A sweet tea for me, please. Hey, one sweet tea for the extra sweet lady. Oh, wait. Wait, I think this one was supposed to be Malcolm, but it said... But Claudia also wants a root beer. This bottle's going fast, man. The errors have now breached characters. Oh. I want a root beer. Good choice, young man. Good choice. And for you, sir? I'm fine with water. And a water, you lucky. We got that on tap. I'll be right back with those for you. After taking our orders for drinks, it appears the old Saurian makes a circuit around the restaurant. It seems like the waitress has left. The waitress that left was the only one working tonight. Despite the markings of age on the cover of his features, he still appears up to the task by how he weaves between the tables. Well, he clearly seems friendly. He's definitely got a big personality. And a big mouth. Literally. So, Claudia picks up and begins to read through the menu. Are we sure about just pizza? I pick up my own menu and begin scanning the choices. Pizza! Pizza! The kids' menu says they have veggie nugget. Wait, the kids' menu say they have veggie nuggets. The boy comes to an abrupt stillness. Possibly the most intense expression of contemplation I've ever seen him have spreads across his face. Can I have both? Well, maybe we can all share a small pizza in addition to something else. What do you think? Well, I mean, I'm buying, so sounds good to me. Okay, good. As long as we're all fine with splurging a little. Yeah! Splurge! Awesome! Claudia ponders the few options of whatever else she wants quietly to herself, while Malcolm returns to the activity sheet. He seems quite excited to be here, judging by the simple tune he's humming to himself. God, I am butchering everything. I mean, I usually don't go this long with mods, man. I'm spiraling. As expected, Claudia is more than happy to have him tag along despite not being her initial plan. Occasionally, she glances towards me over her menu, and our eyes meet only for us to both bashfully look away. It feels so childish, but for the life of me, I can't help but enjoy every second of it. Of course, it does make it difficult to think of what I want to eat. Only a few minutes pass before the Dynamo returns with the drinks. And Viola, here we are. Sorry for making you wait. Would you like help with the drinks? Most kind of you to offer, ma'am, but don't you worry about old Mo here. This ain't nothing to a pro like me. In a well-practiced feat of dexterity, the old Tyrannosaur performs a veritable juggling act with our drinks. I like how Malcolm's just pogging out. Flipping, sliding, and maneuvering the drinks in a way that I find hard to even keep up with. The drinks land in front of all of us, with not a single drop spilled or a certain glass broke. This place is awesome! Claudia offers some applause for the performance. Bravo! Impressive. Thank yous. You're all too kind. Now, have we decided on what we're to eat tonight? I think I have. Nuggies! One plate of veggie nuggies from the kids' menu. I'll have a mushroom Alfredo. And Win, what are you having? Water. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Just water. Cereal. stale bread. I've thought about it, and while I've been quite satisfied with the food Claudia has provided me, I haven't had a decent chunk of meat in a while. Oh god, he's famished! He's emaciated! So as Malcolm stated, let's splurge. The Moa breast Parmesan. Ah, you've got some good taste in bird. One of my favorite dishes. Are you sure, Win? That's a lot of bird. I brought enough to pay for it. I'm more worried over your stomach paying for it. But we'd also like a small pizza to go with everything. Hey, it's a regular feast over here. Might take a bit, but it'll be worth the wait. I guarantee it. Once more, the eccentric host vanishes to attend the rest of the restaurant. Meanwhile, we enter into an interlude we try to fill with some idle conversation. Or Claudia does, at least. Claudia seems quite happy with the place, taking the opportunity to talk at length about how cozy everything is. I sit and listen patiently as she fills the silence, trying my best to be a decent conversation partner. Eventually, though, she begins running out of topics that she wants to speak in front of... Ugh, there's the acid reflux. In front of Malcolm. It's probably because we're in the Italian restaurant and I can already taste the tomato sauce, man. Fortunately, just as the discussion looks like it's about to stall, Malcolm provides suitable distraction. Mom! Yes? Can you help me with this? I'm stuck! He presents his mother with the still as of yet incomplete activity sheet. Taking it, she places it where I can also view it. What do you think, Win? Oh, he drew himself. He just did the maze. That's a pretty easy maze, so I'd be surprised if he got stumped on that one. Color Little Deuce in, and then he drew himself. Wait, can you help Little Deuce solve all these puzzles, or maybe you can even draw him some food to eat and friends to have a party with? He hasn't done really much anything else. Any advice? Watch this be the Wani minigame where you can actually draw on it. That'd be hilarious. Oh, if the devs are watching, it'd be funny if you could just draw on the sheet yourself. Like if Mo gives Malcolm 2 sheets by accident and you get tossed one. It'd be hilarious. Seems like a simple enough activity sheet. A word search, a simple crossword, a maze, some simple word association, and a cartoon dinosaur asking to be colored in. Or is that a frog? Regardless, Malcolm, despite being 5, appears to be a rather deft hand when it comes to scribbling crayon on paper. Mostly everything, like I said, he's going to have a DeviantArt account. He's going to be popular on DeviantArt. Drawing carsonas. It's already over. Mostly everything is drawn where it's meant to be and within the lines. Odd that he's having trouble with the words. Maybe that's part of his development, just hasn't clicked yet. He's autistic! You can complete... Oh, is it gonna let me? How am I like 5 pages in fucking saves already? That's crazy. For a demo, man. Can I look at... Can it let me scribble on the sheets? Accepting the offered worksheet as an invitation, I place it down in front of me and take one of Malcolm's crayons. I proceed to explain the solutions to the problems he left blank and fill them in for him. I ate lots of pizza. Oh, I get it. Of. Did the work search. Did the crossword. Just did all the work for him. Hey! Wayne, you didn't need to just take over like that. Come on. I pressed the option thinking it would let me color on the sheet. It's cute how you focused you got, but he asked for help. Oh. I'm sorry, Malcolm. I got a little carried away. It's fine. Just don't have anything to do now. I'm gonna go be a problem for other families by running around the place and screaming. And always draw on the back. Yeah, I feel awful for doing this one because I wanted to just draw on it. But what happens if I load it back? Let's save this one. I got a feeling the other answer isn't going to be good either. It seems easy enough. You should be able to figure it out with a bit of guidance. I analyzed the piece of paper and consider how best to explain to Malcolm what he needs to do. Figuring it'd be best to take things one step at a time, I put the paper sheet back down in front of him. After that, I start out asking him some simple back and forth questions. Gradually, it starts to click for the young Parasaur, and he starts filling in the blanks one word or letter at a time. Malcolm seems incredibly receptive to this, and with a bit of encouragement from his mother, he soon finishes his work. Oh, I like how this one's different from yours, I think. Instead of saying 8, it's the number 8. It's definitely different. That's great. I love that attention to detail. No, I don't want that. Good job, Malcolm. It seems like you got everything right. Well done. Yeah, thanks. And thanks for helping me. No problem. I knew you could do it. I did do pretty good. Hey, now that's why I like to see a bunch of happy customers. Food's here. In much of a similar fashion as before, the elderly Tyrannosaur lays our food out before us. It was just as entertaining for Claudia and Malcolm as the time with the drinks. Malcolm wastes no time in digging into his plate of veggie nuggets. Claudia munches happily on her pasta dish. And I barely know where to begin with the hefty hunk of meat that barely fits on the plate in front of me. As we each begin to dig into the food before us, the elderly Tyrannosaur lingers for a few moments near our table. Not a bad night, all things considered. Bit slow, though. Is he talking to us? Sorry if I'm bothering you while you're trying to eat. I'm getting old and just finding myself wanting to chit-chat with some yapping old granny. Oh, I don't mind. Everything here is really wonderful. Thanks you kindly. This place is my baby. I made a bit of a franchise out of dynamos, but this place right here, this is where I put my heart and soul. God, that's gonna kill my voice. Well, the love you put in really shows through. I can't believe I never heard of this place until recently. Hey, but at least you heard of it now, eh? And speaking of love, it's always nice to host such a nice couple out with their kid. Claudia immediately goes red from embarrassment as she tries to not choke on the pasta she just put in her mouth. I like how Malcolm's just doesn't care. I'm not doing much better. Cough, cough. We're not cough. Win and I aren't cough. We're just friends. Friends who kiss each other. Claudia tries valiantly to explain that she and I aren't an actual couple, and that Malcolm isn't our son. But the food still in her mouth proves too much of a hurdle to overcome. How did we get friend-zoned this hard? Does the plot just forget that she literally kissed us? Like, do you platonically kiss your friend of the opposite gender? Do you? Well, I shouldn't even say friend. Like if you're kissing your friends, man, you should probably get some help. Malcolm, the sweet, innocent young lad, is unfortunately not encumbered by such an issue. Humans and dinosaurs can make babies... Wait. Humans and dinosaurs can make babies together? Someone never told him about the storks. And the birds and the bees. I might have miscalculated a bit. Claudia looks on in embarrassed horror as she tries to hastily swallow her food. Angry. Finally swallowing the last bit of Alfredo, she addresses Malcolm. Well, Malcolm, yes, humans and saurians can have children with one another. But I would never date a stinking skinny. Was my dad a human? Well, Claudia stammers as she tries to figure out what to tell her son. She clearly wasn't ready to have this conversation yet. More fortunate is that Malcolm doesn't give his mother a chance to recover before asking his follow-up question. Where's Daddy? Is Win my dad? The boy excitedly glances between me and Claudia as he waits for an answer. Oh boy. You missed a good... You should have done the rock scraping sound effect for Mo. Claudia's expression of surprise and embarrassment slowly transforms into one of heartache. She looks to me for support as she seems to be at a loss for words. I can read it in her features that she doesn't know how to explain things to him. She very clearly is asking me for help. I don't know if it's really my place to speak here. But telling the truth here is, in this setting, may just be too much for her at the moment. Alright, I'll bite the bullet. I give Claudia a reassuring look, communicating my intent. Malcolm? His eyes snap excitedly to my face. Or, excitedly to face me. I am not your father. Win, you are not the father. Oh. The boy doesn't conceal his disappointment as he looks back down at his placemat. I feel a twinge of pain in my chest seeing him look so dejected. But I wouldn't mind if I was. Oh, that is a great fucking rebound right there. Oh boy. Now what are you gonna do, Claudia? You friend-zoning cunt who just kisses their friends platonically. You know what? You know what? Maybe Donovan was right. Maybe Donovan was right. I think I'd be happy if I was. Probably. The mood of the other two shifts dramatically. Malcolm's reaction is surprisingly subdued. Other than looking up at me with a smile spreading across his face, he just looks back down to the activity mat and starts doodling. Although I could see the hints of look of pure elation on his face as he does so. Claudia's reaction is less so. Her gaze becomes fixed on me as I said those words. But now a gentle, thankful smile spreads across her face. Okay, Mrs. Friendzone. Okay, Mrs. Friendzone. After a brief moment, she reaches out to grasp onto one of my hands. She gives it a tight squeeze and then uses her fingers to massage it. Dude, I'm getting really close to 10 o'clock, dude. We're gonna have to wrap it up soon. Well, maybe we aren't just friends. Oh, now you're now we're going back to this again. It's on and off, on and off, on and off. You know what? Maybe Donovan was right. Oh my. Hey, now that's a thing of beauty. I was wondering where he went. Sorry about making things for you folks awkward like that. I usually got a really good sense about these sort of things. But hey, it looks like it all worked out right. Maybe if I wasn't so off the mark after all, eh? I'd say so. So as a way of apologies for almost spoiling the night, consider the meal on the house. Really? Absolutely. You don't have to do that. We can pay. Feels wrong handing you bills after a nice little moment like that. And if I'm being honest, I'm a sucker for a bit of that old smutty romance stuff. Used to just remind me of two kids I know. Some real good eggs, but they had a serious case of being excessivamente dramatico, if you get what I'm saying. Must be because they were some of those creative types. God, that's gonna kill my voice. Thank you. Ah, forget about it. We spend the rest of the meal talking with the elderly Saurian. Or more accurately, he talks at us. But everything seems to have turned out alright. Particularly between me and Claudia. More than friends. Can't say I ever expected me being this close to anyone. Or feeling the way I do. But I guess this pretty much confirms things between us now, doesn't it? We spend the next half hour picking at our food while chatting with Mo. Between the occasional departures to wait on the other tables, he seems more than eager to tell us all about the local gossip. Mostly centered on complaints about how Little Trudone is losing some of its local charm and is getting gentrified. Including a few carefully curated words about a certain competing pizza chain a few blocks over that's been drawing away customers. Fortunately, my tendency to not emote very well hides any reaction that might hint I know the ones behind his problems. Though this seems like the kind of business Deidre would want to keep around. Seems like the kind of place she'd like. But the evening eventually draws to a close and it's time to leave. Alright, Malcolm. Alright, Malcolm, pack it up. It's time to go home. Okay. Mom, can you grab my drawing? Sure, sweetheart. Claudia grabs the activity mat and gives it a quick glance as she studies her son's work. She sees something that causes her to suck in a quick breath before covering her mouth with a hand. Let me guess, he drew the family picture. He drew the family picture with Win on it. Claudia passes the completed sheet for me for my appraisal. Oh, yeah, he did. Well, would you look at that? He even drew me smiling. Looking at the simple drawing of the three of us, I could feel the corners of my mouth starting to tug upwards. As I folded the paper up and put it into my pocket, my mouth found itself curving into an all too rare smile. Ready to go home? We exit Dynamo's and get back in the car. I get the honor of driving us back home as Claudia and Malcolm try not to fall asleep as they gaze out the windows. The windows, huh? By the time we arrive back, it's about an hour before Malcolm's bedtime. Well, seems we have some time. How do we feel about a movie? I suppose I could use something to do while I digest. All right. I want to pick. Okay, go ahead. I take my usual spot at the edge of the couch and get comfortable. What the? Unlike all the times before when we watched a movie, Claudia doesn't take the spot at the far end of the couch. Instead, she sits next to me. No. Win, you can come to bed with me tonight. She's followed soon by Malcolm, who hops in between us and squeezes himself into a comfortable nook. As they both get comfortable, Claudia leans into me while wrapping an arm around Malcolm. This is unexpected. But boy, do I like it. I feel like I want to start laughing or something. Like there's a pleasant swelling in my chest. Kind of like how I felt in the sanctuary. The last time Claudia and I got so cozy. Like maybe I should try something. We are more than friends now. I don't think you want to kiss in front of Malcolm. I don't know how he would handle that. He'd be like, ew, they're kissing. Right. Shooting a glance at Claudia, I nervously attempt an age-old maneuver. At least I think it is. I've only really learned about this since living here and watching movies. With deliberate thought and motion, I lift my arm up. Nice and easy. Slowly and carefully, I stretch it out behind Claudia's head. So far, so good. With a tactful grace, bring it down on her shoulder and gently pull her in just a little closer. In response, she buries herself deeper into my side, nestling under my arm much like Malcolm had done. Mission success. She seems like it. She likes it. Good. This is good. Everything's good. Hopefully she doesn't notice how nervously I'm shaking. For the next hour and a half, the three of us remain like this while we watch the film. Before it's over, Malcolm falls asleep and has sunken into the nook between Claudia and I. Another hug-adjacent sprite. She's not far behind, judging by how she looks. Right. I'll go get him in bed if you want to clean up out here. Sure. Wrapping Malcolm up in her arms, completely as the credits begin to roll, she breaks up the comfy little pile we had all been in. I rise to my feet and sets about shutting things down and tidying up. Less than a minute later, everything's all packed up. Well, as good as today was, I'm ready for it to be over. I think Claudia was right about that Moa Parmesan being a bit too much. It's time for Taco Tuesday. I'm moving like a slug, I'm so full. Win! Claudia's voice quietly called to me from the hallway. It's time for bed, sweetie. Yes? Is there something else? I just wanted to tell you that I really enjoyed going out with you tonight. Even though it didn't exactly go according to plan, it was still a great night. I'm just really happy you're in my life, even if it's been for a short time. A very short 3 months. I've been feeling more alive than I have in years. Like I did before meeting Donovan. I know it sounds silly, but after everything that's happened since he showed up, I feel like I'm actually making progress in my life, not just stuck in some ditch. Like I have a future. And I wanted you to know how much you've come to mean to me. Claudia, there it is again, the second kiss. Before I can respond, Claudia grabs my jacket and pulls me into a deep, passionate kiss. And not a short one either. Well, this is better than last time. Although my Brian is currently taking a back seat to what's going on, I do note that this kiss is much more intense than before. It's Brian's world now. She's getting into it. She isn't holding anything back like before. Claudia pulls me over to the couch, never letting our lips part for long. Brian, look out! Claudia pulls me over to the couch, never letting our lips part for long. Although it's hard to navigate while so distracted, we reach our destination when we then topple onto... There we go. Claudia comes to lay on top of me, and for some time we exchange pecks and kisses. Eventually, however, the kisses stop and give way to nuzzling. She settles in on top of me, her breathing evens out, and she falls asleep. We remain like this for a long while. I do not know how long, as I didn't care enough to keep track. I let her weight cover me, and let her touch and scent calm me and match my breathing with her own. Soon my eyes close, and I follow her into slumber. Well, I had a feeling she would, like... I wasn't too far off. I was saying, like, oh, she'll invite us to bed, but I guess we take the couch. It's compromises. We wake up as the sun is starting to filter in through the windows. How much of the mod is left? Because it is past quiet hours, and I don't want to get kicked out of my apartment. Oh. I mean, I don't mind if I have to boot up a stream another day and it's like 10 minutes. Because, we could just go back and see the other choices too to make up for it. Nobody's listening to Puppet Nazer's words about parasaurs. Because, yeah, 10 o'clock for me is the hard cutoff. I like, as much as sometimes I bitch about it, I do enjoy the place where I live because it's security. Jover, yeah, it's Jover. We'll have to pick this up another day. I know it sucks. I was dead set, and if I started streaming earlier when I originally planned, we probably would have had this done, but I had to go and get gut issues. So that's my fault. You can't plan when you're me, man. You just gotta roll with the punches. It sucks. But yeah, we'll wrap it up here. I'm sorry. If it's a really short last bit, then we'll just do the multiple 5 pages of choices we didn't go through. So we'll do that as if it's under a half hour, which I'm assuming it is, but I can't afford that risk right now, you know. And do the bad choices at full release. Oh yeah, I feel like there's a lot of this demo here. I'm wondering how far they're in production at the moment, because it is funny. I say that like, oh, you don't expect them to drop the whole thing right after just dropping the mod, but then you have like Dancing Towards Tomorrow, which dropped their demo, and then dropped their whole mod like less than a month later, which was crazy. Another hour. You always keep saying another hour, another hour. At this rate, it's just going to be the whole game. I forgot how long this is. Another hour, another hour, another hour. It's a game that came packaged with AI that just keeps writing. It just keeps writing and going, and it never ends, which is cool. That'd be crazy. Well, then we do shit like that with AI roguelike, so that ride never ends. And later we find out it's only 5% of the game. That'd be crazy. It'd be way too big, man. Like, I'm curious about the endings, too. Like, the game's, like, toying with you and Deidre. Like, what if Deidre's, like, a route? Like, you break Claudia's heart or some shit. I don't know. It's crazy. I am gonna go to bed. I don't know if I'm gonna boot this up tomorrow or the day after. I did a lot of reading for tonight. That was like 4 hours of reading, so my voice, and doing Mo's voice, kind of charred me up, so maybe we'll skip tomorrow for this. Push to Fang Friday. And yeah, we got Owls mod coming out soon too. So yeah, I kind of want to finish this one so I can get to Owls mod too. Diabusi. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna get going to bed, so I will see you guys next time. Because I don't know if I'm gonna even stream tomorrow or not. We'll see. Have a good night.